Good afternoon. I would like to remind everyone that our meetings are web streamed and televised. I would ask you to ensure your phones are on silence mode, to keep your camera on and mute yourself when not speaking. And of course, remember to unmute yourself if speaking. Please use the Microsoft Teams raise hand feature icon to be called upon if you are a virtual attendee and to remove it after you are finished speaking. I now call this council and committee meeting to order and welcome all members. Approval of the agenda, changes to the agenda. May I have a motion to approve the agenda as amended to add 8.1.2 HSS 22014, Homeless Prevention Services Emergency Housing Program. It was left off of the agenda due to a technical software error. It has been distributed. Councillor Martin. Perfect. And a seconder? Councillor Michelli. All those in favor? Thank you. Are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest today? Seeing none, we will move on. We have five in-camera items that were provided to council for early closed session, which requires availability. May I have a mover and a seconder for the following motion? Kevin?
The motion is as follows. That committee enter closed session at 1:03 p.m. to discuss agenda item 3.1 information memo RFP EIS ENG-22-71 engineering services for 2023 structure rehabilitations and replacements update. Agenda item 3.2 information memo RFP EIS ENG-2253 design build Norfolk County Road 45 bridge replacement and road construction update. Agenda item 3.3 information memo multi-year procurement contracts. Agenda item 3.4 legal memo Dover Wharf update. Agenda item 3.5 OLT case number OLT 22-003453 legal advice Southwest Corner Highway 3 and Coxsett Road Renton pursuant to section 239(2) EFK of the Municipal Act 2001 as amended as the subject matter pertains to litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality or local board. Advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose, and a position, plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiation carried on or to be carried on by or on behalf of the municipality or local board.
May I have a mover? Councillor Rabbits and a seconder. Councillor Martin. All those in favor? Thank you, and just give us a moment to head into closed.
All that money makes them say has more kids than any girl. Comes from showing them wild oats. man is slick. Rick the Hit, Jim and Tommy. Rick the Hit, psychobilly. Rick the Hit, what makes him tick? You just heard the tale of Rick the Hit. The way he lives is a magic trick. Rick's doing something on the slide. That's one thing Rick can't hide. Let's go around for Rick the Hit. The way he lives is a magic trick. Sell him short, he'll pay you back. Gets around town in a Cadillac. Rick got a job about a year ago. Where it went, no one knows. Always flashing old wild cash. Cops are hunting for Ricky's stash. That's Rick the Hit, the man is slick. Rick the Hit, Jim and Tommy. Rick the Hit, psychobilly. Rick the Hit, what makes him tick? Nobody fools when Rick the Hit. The way he lives is a magic trick. Rick's got connections far and wide. Kills big stick by his side. All the ladies love Rick the Hit. All that money makes him sick. Has more kids than any gold. Comes from showing them wild oats. That's Rick the Hit, the man is slick. Rick the Hit, Jim and Tommy. Rick the Hit, psychobilly. Rick the Hit, what makes him tick? man is slick. Break the hip, gin and tonic. Break the hip, side of the alley. Break the hip, what makes him tick? Nobody fools when you break the hip. The way he lives is a magic trick. Makes our connections far and wide. He'll big stick by his side. All the ladies love break the hip. All that money makes them say. Has more kids than any girl. Comes from showing them wild dogs. That's Rick the Hip, the man is slick. Rick the Hip, James Hardy. Rick the Hip, South of Valley. Rick the Hip, what makes him tick? You just with the tail of Rick the Hip. The way he lives is a magic trick. Rick's doing something on the slide. That's one thing Rick can't hide. Let's go around for Rick the Hip. The way he lives is a magic trick. Sell him short, he'll pay you back. Gets round town in a Cadillac. Rick got a job about a year ago. Where it went, no one knows. Always flashing old wad of cash. Cops are hung for Ricky's stash. That's Rick the Hip, the man is slick. Rick the Hip, gin and tonic. Rick the Hip, South of Valley. Rick the Hip, what makes him tick? Nobody fools when you break the hip. The way he lives is a magic trick. Makes our connections far and wide. He'll big stick by his side. All the ladies love Rick the Hip. All that money makes him say. Has more kids than any girl. Comes from showing them wild dogs. That's slick. Rick the Hit, gin and tonic. Rick the Hit, psychedelic. Rick the Hit, what makes him tick? You just heard the tale of Rick the Hit. The way he lives is a magic trick. Rick's doing something on the slide. That's one thing Rick can't hide. Let's go around for Rick the Hit. The way he lives is a magic trick. Sell him short, he'll pay you back. Gets round town in a Cadillac. Rick got a job about a year ago. When no one knows. Always flashing old wallet cash. Cops are hunting for Ricky's stash. That's Rick the Hit, the man is slick. Rick the Hit, gin and tonic. Rick the Hit, psychedelic. Rick the Hit, what makes him tick? Nobody fools when Rick the Hit. The way he lives is a magic trick. Rick's got connections far and wide. Feels big stick by his side. All the ladies love Rick the Hit. All that money makes him sick. Has more kids than any girl. Comes from showing them wild dogs. That's Rick the Hit, the man is slick. Rick the Hit, gin and tonic. Rick the Hit, psychedelic. Rick the Hit, what makes him tick? Let's fly around for Rick the Hip. The way he lives is a magic trick. Sell him short, he'll pay you back. Gets round town in a Cadillac. Rick got a job about a year ago. Where it went, no one knows. Always flashing old wallet cash. Cops are hung for Ricky's stash. That's Rick the Hit, the man is slick. Rick the Hit, gin and tonic. Rick the Hit, psychedelic. Rick the Hit, what makes him tick? Nobody fools when Rick the Hit. The way he lives is a magic trick. Rick's got connections far and wide. He'll big stick by his side. All the ladies love Rick the Hit. All that money makes him sick. Has more kids than any gold. Comes from sowing them wild oats. That's Rick the Hit, the man is slick. Rick the Hit, gin and tonic. Rick the Hit, psychedelic. Rick the Hit, what makes him tick? Rick the Hit. All that money makes him say, has more kids than any girl. Comes from showing them wild oats. That's Rick the Hit, the man is slick. Rick the Hit, James Hardy. Rick the Hit, Southern Daddy. Rick the Hit, what makes him tick? Just with the tail of Rick the Hit. The way he lives is a magic trick. Rick's doing something on the slide. That's one thing Rick can't hide. Let's go around for Rick the Hit. The way he lives is a magic trick. Sell him short, he'll pay you back. Gets round town in a Cadillac. Rick got a job about a year ago. Where it went, no one knows. Always flashing old wallet cash. Cops are hung for Ricky's stash. That's Rick the Hit, the man is slick. Rick the Hit, gin and tonic. Rick the Hit, Southern Alley. Rick the Hit, what makes him tick? Nobody fools when Rick the Hit. The way he lives is a magic trick. Rick's got connections far and wide. Feels big stick by his side. All the ladies love Rick the Hit. All that money makes him say, has more kids than any girl. Comes from showing them wild oats. That's Rick the Hit, the man is slick. Rick the Hit, James Hardy. Rick the Hit, Southern Daddy. Rick the Hit, what makes him tick? something on the slide. That's one thing we can't hide. Let's fly around for Rick the Head. The way he lives is a magic trick. Sell him short, he'll pay you back. Gets around town in a Cadillac. Rick got a job about a year ago. Where it went, no one knows. Always flashing old wild cash. Cops are hunting for Ricky's stash. That's Rick the Hit, the man is slick. Rick the Hit, gin and tonic. Rick the Hit, psychedelic. Rick the Hit, what makes him tick? Nobody fools when Rick the Hit. The way he lives is a magic trick. Rick's got connections far and wide. Kills big stick by his side. All the ladies love Rick the Hit. All that money makes him sick. Has more kids than any girl. Comes from showing them wild oats. That's Rick the Hit, the man is slick. Rick the Hit, gin and tonic. Rick the Hit, psychedelic. Rick the Hit, what makes him tick? You just heard the tale of Rick the Hit. The way he lives is a magic trick. Rick's doing something on the slide. That's one thing Rick can't hide. of Rick the Hit. All that money makes him say, has more kids than any girl. Comes from showing them wild oats. That's Rick the Hit, the man is slick. Rick the Hit, Jim and Tommy. Rick the Hit, Soccer Daddy. Rick the Hit, what makes him tick? Just with the tail of Rick the Hit. The way he lives is a magic trick. Rick's doing something on the slide. That's one thing Rick can't hide. Let's go around for Rick the Hit. The way he lives is a magic trick. Sell him short, he'll pay you back. Gets round town in a Cadillac. Rick got a job about a year ago. When no one knows. Always flashing old wild cash. Cops are hunting for Ricky's stash. That's Rick the Hit, the man is slick. Rick the Hit, Jim and Tommy. Rick the Hit, Soccer Daddy. Rick the Hit, what makes him tick? Nobody fools when Rick the Hit. The way he lives is a magic trick. Rick's got connections far and wide. He'll fix stick by his side. All the ladies love Rick the Hit. All that money makes him say, has more kids than any girl. Comes from showing them wild oats. That's Rick the Hit, the man is slick. Rick the Hit, Jim and Tommy. Rick the Hit, Soccer Daddy. Rick the Hit, what makes him tick? Rick and I. Let's fly around for Rick the Hill. The way he lives is a magic trick. Sell him short, he'll pay you back. Gets round town in a Cadillac. Rick got a job about a year ago. When no one knows. Always flashing old wad of cash. Cops are hunting for Ricky's stash. That's Rick the Hit, the man is slick. Rick the Hit, gin and tonic. Rick the Hit, psychobilly. Rick the Hit, what makes him tick? Nobody fools when Rick the Hit. The way he lives is a magic trick. Rick's got connections far and wide. He'll big stick by his side. All the ladies love Rick the Hit. All that money makes him sick. Has more kids than any girl. Comes from showing them wild dogs. That's Rick the Hit, the man is slick. Rick the Hit, gin and tonic. Rick the Hit, psychobilly. Rick the Hit, what makes him tick? You just heard the tale of Rick the Hit. The way he lives is a magic trick. Rick's doing something on the slide. That's one thing Rick and I. the hit. All that money makes him say, has more kids than any girl. Comes from showing them wild oats. That's Rick the Hit, the man is slick. Rick the Hit, Jim Tommy. Rick the Hit, Soccer Daddy. Rick the Hit, what makes him tick? Just with the tail of Rick the Hit. The way he lives is a magic trick. Rick's doing something on the slide. That's one thing Rick can't hide. Let's go around for Rick the Hit. The way he lives is a magic trick. Sell him short, he'll pay you back. Gets around town in a Cadillac. Rick got a job about a year ago. When no one knows. Always flashing old wild cash. Cops are hunting for Ricky's stash. That's Rick the Hit, the man is slick. Rick the Hit, Jim and Tommy. Rick the Hit, Soccer Daddy. Rick the Hit, what makes him tick? Nobody fools when Rick the Hit. The way he lives is a magic trick. Rick's got connections far and wide. He'll big stick by his side. All the ladies love Rick the Hit. All that money makes him say, has more kids than any girl. Comes from showing them wild oats. That's Rick the Hit, the man is slick. Rick the Hit, Jim Tommy. Rick the Hit, Soccer Daddy. Rick the Hit, what makes him tick? hip, the man is slick. Break the hip, gin and tonic. Break the hip, psychobilly. Break the hip, what makes him tick? Nobody fools when you break the hip. The way he lives is a magic trick. It's got connections far and wide. He'll big stick by his side. All the ladies love break the hip. All that money makes him sick. Has more kids than any gold. Comes from sowing them wild oats. That's Rick the Hip, the man is slick. Rick the Hip, gin and tonic. Rick the Hip, psychobilly. Rick the Hip, what makes him tick? You just with the tail of Rick the Hip. The way he lives is a magic trick. Rick's doing something on the slide. That's one thing Rick can't hide. Let's fly around for Rick the Hip. The way he lives is a magic trick. Sell him short, he'll pay you back. Gets around town in a Cadillac. Rick got a job about a year ago. Where it went, no one knows. Always flashing old wild cash. Cops are hunting for Ricky's stash. That's Rick the Hip, the man is slick. Rick the Hip, gin and tonic. Rick the Hip, psychobilly. Rick the Hip, what makes him tick? Nobody fools when you break the hip. The way he lives is a magic trick. Rick's got connections far and wide. He'll big stick by his side. All the ladies love Rick the Hip. All that money makes him sick. Has more kids than any gold. Comes from sowing them wild oats. Rick and I. Let's go around for Rick the Hit. The way he lives is a magic trick. Sell him short, he'll pay you back. Gets round town in a Cadillac. Rick got a job about a year ago. Where it went, no one knows. Always flashing old wallet cash. Cops are hunting for Ricky's stash. That's Rick the Hit, the man is slick. Rick the Hit, gin and tonic. Rick the Hit, psychobilly. Rick the Hit, what makes him tick? Nobody fools when Rick the Hit. The way he lives is a magic trick. Rick's got connections far and wide. He'll big stick by his side. All the ladies love Rick the Hit. All that money makes him sick. Has more kids than any gold. Comes from showing them wild oats. That's Rick the Hit, the man is slick. Rick the Hit, gin and tonic. Rick the Hit, psychobilly. Rick the Hit, what makes him just with the tail of Rick the Hit. The way he lives is a magic trick. Rick's doing something on the slide. That's one thing Rick and I. slick. Break the hip, gin and tonic. Break the hip, psychedelic. Break the hip, what makes them tick? Nobody fools when you break the hip. The way it lives is a magic trick. It's like connections far and wide. Girls big stick by your side. All the ladies will break the hip. All that money makes them say. Has more kids than any gold. Comes from showing them wild oats. That's Rick the Hip, the man is slick. Rick the Hip, gin and tonic. Rick the Hip, psychedelic. Rick the Hip, what makes him tick? Just with the tail of Rick the Hip. The way he lives is a magic trick. Rick's doing something on the slide. That's one thing Rick can't hide. Let's fly around for Rick the Hip. The way he lives is a magic trick. Sell him short, he'll pay you back. Gets around town in a Cadillac. Rick got a job about a year ago. Where it went, no one knows. Always flashing old wad of cash. Cops are hunting for Ricky's stash. That's Rick the Hip, the man is slick. Rick the Hip, gin and tonic. Rick the Hip, psychedelic. Rick the Hip, what makes him tick? Nobody fools when you break the hip. The way he lives is a magic trick. It's got connections far and wide. Girls big stick by your side. All the ladies love Rick the Hip. All that money makes them say. Has more kids than any gold. Comes from showing them wild oats. That's Rick the hit, the man is slick. Rick the hit, gin and tonic. Rick the hit, psychedelic. Rick the hit, what makes him tick? Just with the tail of Rick the Hit. The way he lives is a magic trick. Rick's doing something on the slide. That's one thing Rick can't hide. Let's fly around for Rick the Hit. The way he lives is a magic trick. Sell him short, he'll pay you back. Gets around town in a Cadillac. Rick got a job about a year ago. Where it went, no one knows. Always flashing old wild cash. Cops are hunting for Ricky's stash. That's Rick the Hit, the man is slick. Rick the Hit, gin and tonic. Rick the Hit, psychedelic. Rick the Hit, what makes him tick? Nobody fools when Rick the Hit. The way he lives is a magic trick. Rick's got connections far and wide. Feels big stick by his side. All the ladies love Rick the Hit. All that money makes him sick. Has more kids than any gold. Comes from sowing them wild oats. That's Rick the Hit, the man is slick. Rick the Hit, gin and tonic. Rick the Hit, psychedelic. Rick the Hit, what makes him tick? Rick and I. Let's go around for Rick the Hit. The way he lives is a magic trick. Sell him short, he'll pay you back. Gets round town in a Cadillac. Rick got a job about a year ago. When no one knows. Always flashing old wad of cash. Cops are hung for Ricky's stash. That's Rick the Hit, the man is slick. Rick the Hit, gin and tonic. Rick the Hit, psychobilly. Rick the Hit, what makes him tick? Nobody fools when Rick the Hit. The way he lives is a magic trick. Rick's got connections far and wide. He'll big stick by his side. All the ladies love Rick the Hit. All that money makes him sick. Has more kids than any girl. Comes from showing them wild oats. That's Rick the Hit, the man is slick. Rick the Hit, gin and tonic. Rick the Hit, psychobilly. Rick the Hit, what makes him tick? You just heard the tale of Rick the Hit. The way he lives is a magic trick. Rick's doing something on the slide. That's one thing Rick and I. break the hip. All that money makes him say, has more kids than any girl. Comes from sowing them wild oats. That's Rick the Hip, the man is slick. Rick the Hip, Jim Tommy. Rick the Hip, Soccer Daddy. Rick the Hip, what makes him tick? Just with the tail of Rick the Hip. The way he lives is a magic trick. Rick's doing something on the slide. That's one thing Rick can't hide. Let's go around for Rick the Hip. The way he lives is a magic trick. Sell him short, he'll pay you back. Gets round town in a Cadillac. Rick got a job about a year ago. When no one knows. Always flashing old wallet cash. Cops are hung for Ricky's stash. That's Rick the Hip, the man is slick. Rick the Hip, Jim and Tommy. Rick the Hip, Soccer Daddy. Rick the Hip, what makes him tick? Nobody fools when Rick the Hip. The way he lives is a magic trick. Rick's got connections far and wide. He'll fix it by his side. All the ladies love Rick the Hip. All that money makes him say, has more kids than any girl. Comes from sowing them wild oats. That's Rick the Hip, the man is slick. Rick the Hip, Jim Tommy. Rick the Hip, Soccer Daddy. Rick the Hip, what makes him tick? Slick. Break the hip, gin and tonic. Break the hip, psychedelic. Break the hip, what makes him tick? Nobody fools when they break the hip. The way he lives is a magic trick. It's got connections far and wide. Feels big stick by his side. All the ladies love break the hip. All that money makes him sick. Has more kids than any girl. Comes from showing them wild oats. That's Rick the Hip, the man is slick. Rick the Hip, gin and tonic. Rick the Hip, psychedelic. Rick the Hip, what makes him tick? You just heard the tale of Rick the Hip. The way he lives is a magic trick. Rick's doing something on the slide. That's one thing Rick can't hide. Let's go around for Rick the Hip. The way he lives is a magic trick. Sell him short, he'll pay you back. Gets around town in a Cadillac. Rick got a job about a year ago. Where it went, no one knows. Always flashing old wallet cash. Cops are hunting for Ricky's stash. That's Rick the Hip, the man is slick. Rick the Hip, gin and tonic. Rick the Hip, psychedelic. Rick the Hip, what makes him tick? Nobody fools when they break the hip. The way he lives is a magic trick. Rick's got connections far and wide. Feels big stick by his side. All the ladies love Rick the Hip. All that money makes him sick. Has more kids than any girl. Comes from showing them wild oats. That's Rick the hit, the man is slick. Rick the hit, gin and tonic. Rick the hit, psychedelic. Rick the hit, what makes him tick? You just with the tail of Rick the Hit. The way he lives is a magic trick. Rick's doing something on the slide. That's one thing Rick can't hide. Let's go around for Rick the Hit. The way he lives is a magic trick. Sell him short, he'll pay you back. Gets round town in a Cadillac. Rick got a job about a year ago. When no one knows. Always flashing old wad of cash. Cops are hunting for Ricky's stash. That's Rick the Hit, the man is slick. Rick the Hit, gin and tonic. Rick the Hit, psychedelic. Rick the Hit, what makes him tick? Nobody fools when Rick the Hit. The way he lives is a magic trick. Rick's got connections far and wide. He'll fix it by his side. All the ladies love Rick the Hit. All that money makes him sick. Has more kids than any gold. Comes from showing them wild oats. That's Rick the Hit, the man is slick. Rick the Hit, gin and tonic. Rick the Hit, psychedelic. Rick the Hit, what makes him tick? Rick and I. Let's go around for Rick the Head. The way he lives is a magic trick. Sell him short, he'll pay you back. Gets around town in a Cadillac. Rick got a job about a year ago. Where it went, no one knows. Always flashing old wild cash. Cops are hunting for Ricky's stash. That's Rick the Hit, the man is slick. Rick the Hit, gin and tonic. Rick the Hit, psychedelic. Rick the Hit, what makes him tick? Nobody fools when Rick the Hit. The way he lives is a magic trick. Rick's got connections far and wide. He'll big stick by his side. All the ladies love Rick the Hit. All that money makes him sick. Has more kids than any gold. Comes from showing them wild oats. That's Rick the Hit, the man is slick. Rick the Hit, gin and tonic. Rick the Hit, psychedelic. Rick the Hit, what makes him tick? the hit. All that money makes him save. Has more kids than any girl. Comes from showing them wild oats. That's Rick the Hit, the man is slick. Rick the Hit, Jim Tommy. Rick the Hit, Soccer Daddy. Rick the Hit, what makes him tick? Just with the tail of Rick the Hit. The way he lives is a magic trick. Rick's doing something on the slide. That's one thing Rick can't hide. Let's fly around for Rick the Hit. The way he lives is a magic trick. Sell him short, he'll pay you back. Gets round town in a Cadillac. Rick got a job about a year ago. When no one knows. Always flashing old wild cash. Cops are hunting for Ricky's stash. That's Rick the Hit, the man is slick. Rick the Hit, Jim and Tommy. Rick the Hit, Soccer Galley. Rick the Hit, what makes him tick? Nobody fools when Rick the Hit. The way he lives is a magic trick. Rick's got connections far and wide. Kills Big Stick by his side. All the ladies love Rick the Hit. All that money makes him save. Has more kids than any girl. Comes from showing them wild oats. That's Rick the Hit, the man is slick. Rick the Hit, Jim and Tommy. Rick the Hit, Soccer Daddy. Rick the Hit, what makes him tick? Slick, break the hip, gin and tonic, break the hip, South of Galilee, break the hip, one makes them dead. Nobody fools when they break the hip. The way it lives is a magic trick. Makes our connections far and wide. They'll fix it by your side. All the ladies will break the hip. All that money makes them say. Has more kids than any gold. Comes from showing them wild oats. That's Rick the Hip, the man is slick. Rick the Hip, Jim Tommy. Rick the Hip, South of Galilee. Rick the Hip, what makes him tick? Just with the tail of Rick the Hip. The way he lives is a magic trick. Rick's doing something on the slide. That's one thing Rick can't hide. Let's fly around for Rick the Hip. The way he lives is a magic trick. Sell him short, he'll pay you back. Gets round town in a Cadillac. Rick got a job about a year ago. Where it went, no one knows. Always flashing old wild cash. Cops are hung for Ricky's stash. That's Rick the Hip, the man is slick. Rick the Hip, gin and tonic. Rick the Hip, South of Galilee. Rick the Hip, what makes him tick? Nobody fools when they break the hip. The way he lives is a magic trick. Makes our connections far and wide. They'll fix it by your side. All the ladies love Rick the Hip. All that money makes them say. Has more kids than any gold. Comes from showing them wild oats. That's Rick the Hip. ladies love Rick the Hit. All that money makes him say, has more kids than any girl. Comes from showing them wild though. That's Rick the Hit, the man is slick. Rick the Hit, James Hardy. Rick the Hit, Soccer Daddy. Rick the Hit, what makes him tick? You just with the tail of Rick the Hit. The way he lives is a magic trick. Rick's doing something on the slide. That's one thing Rick can hide. Let's fly around for Rick the Hit. The way he lives is a magic trick. Sell him short, he'll pay you back. Gets round town in a Cadillac. Rick got a job about a year ago. When it went, no one knows. Always flashing old wallet cash. Cops are hunting for Ricky's stash. That's Rick the Hit, the man is slick. Rick the Hit, gin and tonic. Rick the Hit, Soccer Daddy. Rick the Hit, what makes him tick? Nobody fools when Rick the Hit. The way he lives is a magic trick. Rick's got connections far and wide. He'll big stick by his side. All the ladies love Rick the Hit. All that money makes him say, has more kids than any girl. Comes from showing them wild though. That's Rick the Hit, the man is slick. Rick the Hit, James Hardy. Rick the Hit, Soccer Daddy. Rick the Hit, what makes him tick? Rick the Hit. All that money makes him say, has more kids than any girl. Comes from showing them wild dogs. That's Rick the Hit, the man is slick. Rick the Hit, James Hardy. Rick the Hit, Soccer Daddy. Rick the Hit, what makes him tick? Just at the tail of Rick the Hit. The way he lives is a magic trick. Rick's doing something on the slide. That's one thing Rick can't hide. Let's fly around for Rick the Hit. The way he lives is a magic trick. Sell him short, he'll pay you back. Gets around town in a Cadillac. Rick got a job about a year ago. When no one knows. Always flashing old wallet cash. Cops are hunting for Ricky's stash. That's Rick the Hit, the man is slick. Rick the Hit, gin and tonic. Rick the Hit, soccer Galley. Rick the Hit, what makes him tick? Nobody fools when Rick the Hit. The way he lives is a magic trick. Rick's got connections far and wide. He'll big stick by his side. All the ladies love Rick the Hit. All that money makes him say, has more kids than any girl. Comes from showing them wild dogs. That's Rick the Hit, the man is slick. Rick the Hit, James Hardy. Rick the Hit, Soccer Daddy. Rick the Hit, what makes him tick? the head. The way he lives is a magic trick. Sell him short, he'll pay you back. Gets round town in a Cadillac. Rick got a job about a year ago. Where it went, no one knows. Always flashing old wad of cash. Cops are hunting for Ricky's stash. That's Rick the Hit, the man is slick. Rick the Hit, gin and tonic. Rick the Hit, psychobilly. Rick the Hit, what makes him tick? Nobody fools when Rick the Hit. The way he lives is a magic trick. Rick's got connections far and wide. Kills big stick by his side. All the ladies love Rick the Hit. All that money makes him sick. Has more kids than any girl. Comes from showing them wild oats. That's Rick the Hit, the man is slick. Rick the Hit, gin and tonic. Rick the Hit, psychobilly. Rick the Hit, what makes him tick? You just heard the tale of Rick the Hit. The way he lives is a magic trick. Rick's doing something on the slide. That's one thing Rick can hide. break the hip. All that money makes him say, has more kids than any girl. Comes from showing them wild oats. That's Rick the Hip, the man is slick. Rick the Hip, Jim Tommy. Rick the Hip, Soccer Daddy. Rick the Hip, what makes him tick? You just heard the tale of Rick the Hip. The way he lives is a magic trick. Rick's doing something on the slide. That's one thing Rick can hide. Let's fly around for Rick the Hip. The way he lives is a magic trick. Sell him short, he'll pay you back. Gets round town in a Cadillac. Rick got a job about a year ago. Where it went, no one knows. Always flashing old wild cash. Cops are hung for Ricky's stash. That's Rick the Hip, the man is slick. Rick the Hip, Gin and tonic. Rick the Hip, Soccer Daddy. Rick the Hip, what makes him tick? Nobody fools when Rick the Hip. The way he lives is a magic trick. Rick's got connections far and wide. Feels big stick by his side. All the ladies love Rick the Hip. All that money makes him say, has more kids than any girl. Comes from showing them wild oats. That's Rick the Hip, the man is slick. Rick the Hip, Jim and Tommy. Rick the Hip, Soccer Daddy. Rick the Hip, what makes him tick? Rick and I. Let's go around for Rick the Head. The way he lives is a magic trick. Sell him short, he'll pay you back. Gets round town in a Cadillac. Rick got a job about a year ago. When no one knows. Always flashing old wad of cash. Cops are hung for Ricky's stash. That's Rick the Hit, the man is slick. Rick the Hit, gin and tonic. Rick the Hit, psychedelic. Rick the Hit, what makes him tick? Nobody fools when Rick the Hit. The way he lives is a magic trick. Rick's got connections far and wide. He'll big stick by his side. All the ladies love Rick the Hit. All that money makes him sick. Has more kids than any girl. Comes from showing them wild oats. That's Rick the Hit, the man is slick. Rick the Hit, gin and tonic. Rick the Hit, psychedelic. Rick the Hit, what makes him tick? the hit. All that money makes him say, has more kids than any girl. Comes from showing them wild oats. That's Rick the Hit, the man is slick. Rick the Hit, Jim Tommy. Rick the Hit, Soccer Daddy. Rick the Hit, what makes him tick? You just hit the tail of Rick the Hit. The way he lives is a magic trick. Rick's doing something on the slide. That's one thing Rick can't hide. Let's go around for Rick the Hit. The way he lives is a magic trick. Sell him short, he'll pay you back. Gets around town in a Cadillac. Rick got a job about a year ago. When no one knows. Always flashing old wad of cash. Cops are hunting for Ricky's stash. That's Rick the Hit, the man is slick. Rick the Hit, gin and tonic. Rick the Hit, Soccer Daddy. Rick the Hit, what makes him tick? Nobody fools when Rick the Hit.
I have a motion to reconvene in open session. 3:50 PM. Councillor Vandertouche, seconded by Councillor Rabbits. All those in favor? That is carried. Thank you. Kevin, would you please read the motions coming up to closed?
Certainly. There will be one motion for each item. First motion regarding item 3.1, that information memo regarding RFP EIS ENG 2271 engineering services for 2023 structure rehabilitations and replacements update be received as information, and that council directs staff to proceed with canceling the RFP as outlined in the confidential information memo, and that council directs staff to provide enhanced language on conflicts of interest in the bidding templates, CS02 purchasing policy and CS03 purchasing procedures. And further that council directs staff to coordinate with procurement conflict of interest training to all staff when delegated purchasing authority. Moved by Mayor Chop, seconded by Councillor Van Passen.
All those in favor? That is carried. Thank you. Kevin?
The second memo coming out of closed session regarding item 3.2, that information memo regarding RFP EIS ENG 2253 design build Norfolk County Road 45 bridge replacement and road construction be received as information, and that council directs staff to proceed with canceling this request for proposal and defining this and redefining the scope as per the staff report with a lane, with a lane width of a minimum 3.7 meters and a minimum shoulder width of 1 meter on each side of the bridge before reissuing out to market. That is moved by Councillor Van Passen, seconded by Mayor Chop.
All those in favor? That is carried. Thank you. Kevin?
For item 3.3, we require a mover and seconder that the following information year memo, multi-year procurement contracts be received as information.
May I have a mover? Councillor Michele, seconded by Mayor Chop. All those in favor? It's carried. Thank you.
For item 3.4, that the legal memo Dover Wharf update be received as information, and that external legal counsel be directed to proceed as outlined in closed session. A mover and a seconder.
May I have a mover? Councillor Martin, seconded by Councillor Huffman. All those in favor? That is carried. Thank you.
Regarding item 3.5, that the information memo regarding OLT case number OLT-22-003453, legal advice Southwest Corner Highway 3 and Cockshut Road, Renton, be deferred to the May 18, 2022 council meeting. Moved by Mayor Chop, seconded by Councillor Martin.
All those in favor? That is carried. Thank you. Before we move on, I would like to just welcome our new bylaw summer students. They began this week to assist in implementing and educating the public on the parking project. Please join me in welcoming Ben Ziglai, Callum Cartmill, and Aaron Dietrich to the Norfolk County team. Sitting at the back there, and just definitely get your sunscreen ready because we are putting you to work, guys. Moving on to consent items. We have 6 consent items today. Councillor Columbus has pulled 2 agenda items. Agenda item 4.4 and agenda item 4.6. Does any other member of committee wish to pull any other consent items for further discussion? Seeing none, may I have a mover and a seconder to approve the remaining consent items? That's 4.1, 4.2, 4.3, and 4.5. Councillor Huffman and Councillor Rabbits. All those in favor? Thank you. And we will be moving on to deputations now. To the members of the public that are here, I am sorry for the delays. Those things happen, but we will begin here. We have 3 deputations today. So Adam Very, RE, the Rainbow Crosswalk installation report. I believe we have Ryder here as well. Just a reminder, you have 5 minutes, and I will start your timer once you begin speaking, guys. There you go, Ryder.
My name is Ryder Mandrick. Thank you for everyone for your support and all the money you've collected to the crosswalk project. Rainbow Crosswalk is important because all the LGBTQ community will all feel supported and celebrated.
Sounds like there's whales. Is that us making that noise? Okay, so I do want to speak to it as well, since I've been involved with helping the setup and the fundraising that in speaking in support of the staff report that's coming. So for the record, I just want to say that investing in a rainbow crosswalk is a valuable use of taxpayers' dollars because it's an investment in a project that is widely recognized symbol, at the very least, of the acceptance of all people, regardless of how they identify or choose to represent themselves. In best cases, communities have gone beyond merely accepting others and are actively celebrating the differences in its citizens, finding strengths and opportunities in diversity of their lived experiences and perspectives. Embracing diversity is an absolute must in order for communities to become all they can be, socially, culturally, and economically. Municipal investment in a rainbow crosswalk in Simcoe helps send the important message to everyone that Norfolk County is a community that values all people, that we are actively working to embrace and support everyone who chooses to live, work, and play. That's it for us. If we have questions, we're happy to answer.
Are there any questions for the deputation? Councillor Huffman.
Thank you, Chair Taylor. Through you to Ryder and Adam. How much have you been able to raise?
We have $7,217 in the bank, and I'm certain we have pledges that will put us over the half.
Okay, so and my question too is, when you originally came to council, what was your projection in terms of what we expected you to raise?
When we originally came, there was no expectation. We brought this up as a request for council to do one.
Right, but wasn't there kind of a guesstimate in terms of what the ballpark figure was?
Sorry, yes. So
Yeah.
when we started, before I came the first time, I had talked to the roads people for Norfolk County, and they estimated it to be 7,000 to 10,000.
Okay.
And then that went up to 10 to 12, and now we have a firm quote of 15,000.
Yeah, which is extremely unfortunate.
Yeah.
That these costs have escalated so greatly. I feel certainly that you've done your due diligence and did a great job with your fundraising efforts, and I applaud those. And I think that we need to recognize that those funds came very close to meeting the projected first estimate that you were given. And I know that with COVID now, it certainly hasn't been something that's been in the purview of the public. So it's time to, I mean, certainly another push for funding, but I hesitate on that because I feel like you did your part, and I feel that it's time that we now do our part.
Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Van der Driesch, followed by Councillor Rabbits.
It'll work. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you. I commend you in raising that much money. It's an amazing feat that you've done so far. My question is going to be actually to staff. The idea of the crosswalk and the prices kept changing on you all the time. What, if I asked staff, what would be the percentage or the amount?
We do have a report that staff will be presenting, so if we can keep these to the deputation. Okay. Yep, Councillor Rabbits.
Thank you. Through you, my question is for deputation. I imagine you had the benefit of reading the staff report in advance, and we did have some locations proposed, many of them off of Norfolk Street, which I feel would offer high visibility for the crosswalk. Was there a preferred location that you saw contained within the report?
When we went with one of the engineers there, and so basically what the takeaway was is if we wanted to do it this year, it was sort of the Union Street. That was kind of it. If we wanted to wait for another year, we could do one somewhere else. So what my understanding was the combination of the pavement being in good shape, as well as the I don't know what they're called, but the bumpy metal things that are for the visually impaired. So we had to have that combination, and so Mike's suggestion was that the only one that really offered that combination right now was the Union Street crosswalk. So and Ryder and Ryder's mother and I went that walk with them, and Ryder gave the thumbs up, right? Yeah, so we're good with that one. Okay.
Is there anything further from council? hands. Do I have a motion to receive the deputation as information? Councillor Huffman and Councillor Columbus, all those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you for the deputation. Okay, now our second deputation. Yep, our second deputation, we have Tamara Smith, RE, Simcoe Food Forest. Welcome, Tamara. Staff will run your slides on your behalf. When you would like the next slide, just please say next. You can begin your deputation when you're ready, and I will start your 5 minutes when you begin speaking. Thank you.
There we go. Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor and councillors. My name is Tamara Smith. I'm the chair of RISE, and this is Brooke Martin. She's a member of the Haldeman Norfolk Climate Action Committee. We are here to discuss a community food forest, which is the ultimate low maintenance garden. You can just keep flipping the slides. I know there's lots to read. I did send them out in advance, hoping that you'd had a chance to review them. Council has declared 2022 the year of the garden, and a food forest is the best type of garden as it's meant for the whole community, not just an individual. I hope you, there's so much information in this PowerPoint that it would take me hours to go over it in detail. This is why I was really glad you had it in advance. If you could get to slide 10 and 11. The food forest also creates a sense of community as the participants interact with each other in the gardens towards shared goals. Lower socioeconomic groups would benefit from the project as fresh fruits and vegetables, part of a healthy diet, are often unaffordable. There are many people in our community which would benefit from the knowledge gained in the food produced. And this explains what we're looking for. We need a central location in Simcoe to start cultivating and preparing the soil for the crops and the trees that we want to plant. And we have found 3 possible park locations within Simcoe, but we will consider any other property that is suitable for this project. Community volunteers and organizations to collaborate and work with us. So far, we have partnered with the Haldeman Norfolk Climate Action, and we are awaiting board approval from the Long Point Biosphere and from Alice Norfolk. Now, the first park that we've looked into and researched is Colonel Stalker Park up on Cedar Street. I've seen that it's closed due to maintenance. We wouldn't need a very large portion of it, and the part that really appealed to me was the former tennis courts. They're fenced. There is a gate. We could put raised gardens in there, which would keep the critters away from what we're growing, and yet it would allow individuals to go in and look after the garden and to harvest whatever's growing there. The second park was Holmeswood Park, which is up on Oak in that area. It seems to be unused except for people that walk their dogs. And the third one was Waterworks Park. It's a little closer to downtown, which is where the ones that really need it. And to start, we would just need a portion. And if you could go to slides, yeah, that's just showing the different areas of the park in case some of you aren't familiar with the different parks that we're looking at. So RISE wants to partner with Norfolk County Council and staff, as well as the community, to bring the idea of a local food forest to fruition. We are laying the groundwork, doing research, and engaging experts in the subject. We will need community volunteers to help with the initial project, the physical labor, and the fundraising needed to get that project started. So our ask of council is support in developing the project, the use of a park or a piece of property within Simcoe, and a staff member or 2 assigned to our group to collaborate and help us to navigate any municipal requirements. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions of council to the deputation? Councillor Huffman.
Thank you, Chair Taylor. Through you too, Tamara. What kind of funding do you have in place in terms of like purchasing the trees and the plants and the seeds and things like that? Where does that funding come from?
This is where we're going to be turning towards the community. I've already had some raspberry canes donated. We've been talking with, his name's slipping my mind right now, a fellow from the research station. He says if we bring seeds, they will germinate them for us. So we're slowly getting the community involved, but we need to have a place to put it all before we can really go into fundraising. We also want to do what Brantford did, because Brantford's in their 5th year. They did adopt a tree. So, you know, you go, you buy a tree and you bring it, and, you know, we can always put a plaque up with your name, whatever.
Okay, thank you very much.
Councillor Columbus and then Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Would you need water available at these sites that you kind of identified?
We're kind of hoping, this is why Colonel Stalker, there's like a creek that goes through it. But we could also invest in some rain barrels, catch the rain, and that would help facilitate.
And secondly,
Oh, hold on.
I was just going to add also, one of the benefits of Food Forest, which is mentioned in the slideshow, is kind of using the plants as a way to harvest rainwater as well, having swales so that the water that we do get from rain is really attributed well to the plants and stays instead of just washing down the street. So that's part of the plants.
my other question is, you looked at parklands, but did you look at any industrial lands that perhaps the county owns in the town of Simcoe?
No, I didn't. I was following examples from London, Woodstock, and Brantford. They all went through the parks and got the municipality involved.
I just wonder whether there's some vacant sites.
Well, I did say that, you know, if there was another piece of property that was suitable, you know, that would be great as well.
Councillor Martin.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Through you to Tamara. First of all, how do you plan to distribute the harvest? Because I know that that's not an easy task through food banks and so on with fresh produce. So what would the plan be?
The plan is for the individual that is looking for, say, tomatoes or cucumbers, they go and they pick it.
Oh, okay.
Anybody can go, even if you didn't participate in any of the work. If you're hungry, you know, go. There'll be raspberries and hopefully a lot of variety of fruits and vegetables available. Like myself, I have a disability. I wouldn't be able to participate in any of the manual labor, but I'm going to go and have a tomato, pick a pear from the tree, whatever I want at that point.
My next question for you is how big of a plot are you looking for? What is the size? Do you have plans to start smaller and scale something larger? What are you looking for the
That's
county?
the example we've been set by other communities. Is you start with a small plot, you get it cultivated, you get it going, and then the second year you add on to it a little bit. So it's an ongoing process, but just getting it started, I think will give the community that sense of unity that we need.
So through you, Mr. Chair. So are you looking for enough space for, you know, 1 or 2 garden beds, or what do you ask for these after?
Basically, a food forest can kind of fit in any sort of niche. Really small to really big. The idea is to have a bunch of different varieties, mostly starting. So the whole idea is to have trees and then every layer that is in a forest. So you're trying to mimic nature. And you can fit that into any size, but a bigger park that we could kind of expand to would be preferable rather than like just a small section here and there.
Anything else from council? Councillor Evans.
Thank you, and through you. I'm definitely supportive of this concept, and for those that may be finding out about it for the first time now at our meeting this afternoon, how would they be getting in contact to you? Is there a common email or phone number that they could potentially reach out to? I'm thinking some of our business owners that have seeds, potentially grocery stores. Food waste is a huge problem in our community. And I know that if your potatoes have gone too far, right, they start to bud, and maybe we could prevent some of those items just going into a landfill or perhaps into our regular waste stream maybe there's some individuals in a grocery store setting that would like to reach out to you, perhaps make a pledge. How would they best get in contact with you?
At this point, I guess through the library. The library knows how to reach all of the members at RISE. And I work closely with them because I'm there doing the Little Free Pantry as well. Unless RISE has a Facebook page as well, they can log into Norfolk RISE on there and contact me that way. And you mentioned potatoes. I seen something the other day. You want to start a new rose bush, stick a stalk in a potato and just let it sit in the garden and it'll root and you'll have a brand new rose plant.
Is there anything further from council? With that, may I have a motion to receive the deputation? Councillor Rabbit, seconded by Councillor Columbus. All those in favor? Thank you. Are there any questions for staff coming out of the deputation or motion? Councillor Rabbit.
Well, first to staff, I would like to ask if we would like to follow up report. What format do staff believe that would come in, and when could we expect it? I imagine if we wanted to get this on the road for this planting season, we're getting late into spring now. Just hoping for some information back from staff when we could maybe have this back before council in the form of a report.
Al? If I may, through you, Mr. Chair, I would recommend that council direct staff to come back with a report. We can certainly reach out to the deputations, work together on what the future would look like. I would suspect it would be very aggressive to try to have it for this growing season, but if we could start planting sort of the seeds in terms of what this could look like, what it would cost, what sort of the logistical requirements could be, we could come back to council hopefully before the end of the summer, and council can then further direct staff on how you'd like to proceed.
Councillor Rabbit.
And with that, I would like to make that motion and provide staff the discretion. Would be nice to have it before our summer recess. We could have a report. And I'd be looking for a seconder. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Councillor Van Andrucci as a seconder. Is there any debate on the motion? Mayor Chop?
Well, I'm just thinking summer recess, like you just pointed out, Councillor Rapids, is there, I mean, the season is effectively gone. I think the question maybe just for next week's council, I'm not sure that we have any spare resources, unfortunately, around the county to commit. But a piece of land is certainly something that could be done, and I could easily support. We do have a lot of parkland in Norfolk County. So would there be a potential, Al, perhaps if the report wasn't available, if staff had concerns, they could express them next week, or some sort of motion of some, if there's a particular location they would like, that if it was a matter of just allowing them to use a piece of land. I mean, parkland is there for everybody to enjoy. If somebody wants to go and plant something on the parkland, I don't see land away.
Through you, Mr. Chair, to council committee, I'd be hesitant to commit to next week, but there's just a lot of layers to this in terms of liability, in terms of insurance, in terms of a bunch of things that we need to sort of check off. And I would strongly recommend that you give us a little bit of time so that we can work with the two deputants and make sure that we come back with something that's holistic so that council can make an informed decision on how you'd like to proceed.
Is there any further debate on the motion? Seeing no hand. Oh, Councillor Huffman.
Thank you, Chair Taylor. Through you. I agree with Mayor Chop. I think the summer recess piece is a little bit far. I'm maybe not saying next week, but for, CIC in June, because what we're looking for is just a piece of land. We understand that the resources are stretched thin here in terms of our staffing, and we're still kind of, getting our sea legs regarding COVID and things like that. So I certainly understand that piece. And I do see that, we're probably going to miss the bountiful harvest of this growing season, but that doesn't mean that fruit trees and things like that can't be planted and give them a chance to kind of start to mature and stuff like that and get the word out there and stuff. Just the sooner I see that we can kind of get our feet on the ground running here. And with it being, the year of the garden, this is really a win-win situation. And I just see it as a good news story all the way around. So that would be my ask of staff.
Mayor Chop for your second opportunity.
I guess I still don't understand. I mean, it's more of a question here at this point, Al, in terms of liability, like, I don't. Sometimes we make things so complicated in the world anymore that maybe don't need to be made complicated. Like we have tennis courts where people can show up and bat a ball around and twist their ankle. We can go run around at the park and vandalize things and whatever. I mean, if somebody wants to plant trees, what kind of liability is going to, I mean, what would be, they're in the park anyway. I mean, whether or not they've planted a tree, they would be entitled to go and sit on any of those pieces of land. So what would be the big concern with just moving forward with the land piece, not with all the other components?
Through you, Mr. Chair, if it's the desire of committee to direct staff to go out and find a piece of land that we can sort of dedicate for a future community food forest space, we can certainly do that and identify it. And then over the next coming months, work out the logistics of what that looks like, who's going to be managing it, all of the other necessary steps that are required. But if that's the will of council, we can certainly start by identifying a parcel.
I guess I'm just not looking at it in terms of, I don't want us to, and perhaps my colleagues have a different opinion. I don't want us to be involved in managing it. I just, if they want a piece of land, kind of like the idea you said that you found the one with that was fenced in, that there was a fence around it to keep the animals out and so on. If it's not being used, all you're asking for is that you can go in there and dig a hole and plant some stuff. What would be, I mean, for staff to just go and have a quick look at that part to make sure that that little piece was acceptable to them, that there wasn't, if it's sitting there empty, why not?
Through you, Mr. Chair, as I said, we would need some time to do that due diligence. So you've identified a parcel. I don't know if it's closed temporarily, if there's future plans for that park, what the master plan looks like. I don't know in the absence of not having that information. I just hesitant to rush to over promising and under delivering for you. That's all.
Councillor Martin.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I have to actually agree with Mayor Chop's comments, but I do think that probably something in writing back to council is suitable only because I know we've had this request elsewhere as well. So that being said, I think that council we're hearing support for you. So if we could, lend our support by having staff report back, you'd be able to continue on your partnerships, start some fundraising in principle. Actually, Mr. Berry sitting back here has a garden in Port Dover. You could bend his ear on how that works, and then staff could hopefully sooner rather than later identify a location that works, but maybe best to plan for next year. I would be interested in some type of written document from a broader perspective on garden, on on Norfolk County lands countywide, because that is a request in the Port Dover community as well.
Anything further from council? Seeing none, I'll call the question. Kevin.
Thank you. Through the chair to committee, I just wanted to confirm that Councillor Rabbits and Councillor Van Andriesch were okay with the proposed draft wording here I have as the movers and seconder. That staff prepare a report outlining options specific for providing property for the Simcoe Food Forest by the June 14 Council and Committee meeting.
All those in favor? That is carried. All right, thank you. Okay, on to our third deputation. Welcome, Brian and Virginia. Have you got your presentation? Okay. So we have Brian Jones to present, and Virginia is here to answer questions at the end, along with Brian. As soon as we begin, I will start your 5 minutes, sir.
Thanks. Good afternoon, Chairman Councillor Taylor, Madam Mayor, and councillors. Since I came before council back in early February, a lot has happened with the Downtown Simcoe Homeless Solutions Roundtable. I am truly impressed by how our community came together to make this succeed. We were transitioning in February from operating a warming center in the street church on Norfolk Street South after being able to generously use space in the rack and queue next door, from there we were provided with space by St. James United Church, and our thanks to the board at St. James for stepping up and becoming part of the solution. The $10,000 grant generously provided by council allowed our group to move from operating a 4-hour nighttime warming center to pilot an overnight warming center generously hosted by First Baptist Church. This grant, along with donations from the community, provided for security staff, cots, bedding, cleaning supplies, food, and other items necessary to create a safe atmosphere for volunteers and those we served. The way that our downtown business community came together, we had restaurants, Selena's, Kaylee's, Joy donating sandwiches and pastries and meals. The Brick donated mattress protectors. We had huge amounts of clothing donated. We're really hugely impressed by the support we saw from the community that we serve. Next slide, please. So here's how the numbers look. Go to the next page. Next slide. We were open for 31 evening sessions from January 24th to March 12th on an as-needed basis. To try to stretch our budget as far as possible, we were open initially on evenings that were less than -5 degrees Celsius. And then as we realized that we needed more consistency, we decided to simply stay open until we ran out of money. We served 23 unique individuals. Many became regular visitors, and we served those 23 individuals on 75 separate occasions, providing warm meals and beds. And other than professional security staff, all of our staffing was provided by 25 volunteers. Working in 3 shifts each evening from 8:30 p.m. until 7:30 a.m., our volunteers clocked 490 hours on site. The feedback from the OPP who patrol downtown was very positive. They really appreciated having a space where they could drop an individual in need who would be able to have a warm place to sleep and get a warm meal and get off the street for the evening, rather than having to take themselves off patrol in downtown Simcoe and deliver this individual to the shelter in Jarvis that serves both Haldimand and Norfolk counties. The BIA has also received some positive feedback from businesses and property owners in our downtown who have noticed that there's fewer people sleeping in doorways. There's less occupation of bank lobbies at night because they've got someplace else to go. And last slide, please.
We are 1 minute.
Great. Huge thanks to Church Out Serving because they backed the pilot overnight warming center with insurance, acted as a donation portal, and provided project support and resources. The BIA and Church Out Serving found it to be a really positive partnership. So what's next? Well, winter's coming. Next year, we're going to have the same challenges we've got this year unless we do something different. Church Out Serving has had preliminary discussions with social housing, and there's the basis of a possible partnership there going forward. Our relationship with Housing and Social Services and with social housing has been really positive. They took an interest in what we've done, and we've got a good relationship ongoing. And that's where we're at.
Thank you, Brian.
You're welcome.
Are there any questions for the deputation? Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to Brian in both Virginia. Were there elements of your program you were able to add in that you would not have been able to do with the additional funding, or were you just able to take your program and extend it and stretch it longer because of funding?
If Councillor Taylor, through you to Councillor Martin, if I can pass this over to Virginia, one of the things that she mentioned to me this afternoon was that this funding really opened some doors. And since she was the person who did a lot of the heavy lifting as far as the dollars and cents are concerned, Virginia, do you want to jump in here?
Sure. To you, Councillor Martin, through Mr. Chair. In fact, without the funding from the county, while we would have been able to continue to operate 4-hour evenings, we would not have been able to do an overnight, at least not on such short timelines. So we're very grateful to the county for their support, because what it allowed us to do actually is to pilot this overnight project, providing some experience to go into and having conversations about and putting a potential proposal together for what next year could look like. So yes, it enabled us to really take a leap to the next step with respect to overnights.
Thank you. And further to that, was there the financials submitted to the county on how the funds were actually spent and on what?
Through you, Mr. Chair, to Councillor Martin, we are prepared and willing to submit financials. We have not yet, but 100% actually of the funds that were donated by the county went towards security and some bedding supplies.
Okay, thank you for that. And then my last question is, I'm hoping for just maybe an expanded comment and a bit of additional clarity on, I think you said 23 individuals around 75 occasions. Is that just 23 consistent individuals with more in the mix? I was trying to just quickly look up some of the stats from our enumeration study, and although that was just at one particular point in time, it's not overly consistent data, but there was, I believe, 117 people experiencing homelessness both across Haldeman and Norfolk. So I guess what I'm driving at is, in your experience, is it safe to ballpark around 25, 30 people experiencing homelessness from January to March when you were open? Or was that just consistently 23 people were coming, but there were certainly more than that that you were able to serve?
This was the Councillor Martin through, pardon me, Councillor Taylor through you to Councillor Martin. This was the tip of the iceberg, and one of the things that we've discovered along the way is that consistency and trust are important to be able to build a warming center or a shelter that is going to be effective and going to be used. When we were able to gain the trust and provide the consistency that the demographic we're serving needed, what they needed, then we began to see an uptick in people using our services. So I think that there is definitely a larger need here. We are just scratching the surface, and I'm glad we were able to do something this winter.
Maybe I'll just add to that as well, through you, Mr. Chair. We essentially, prior to the funding that came from the county, we had these 4-hour overnights, and we served a demographic that, while they were certainly cold, out in the cold in the evenings, some of them had temporary housing and did have a roof over their heads. Once we moved to the overnight model, and we got use of the basement at First Baptist Church, we were open for 15 nights specifically overnight, and we served 15 unique individuals, an average of 1 new person per night. In total, there were between 1 and 5 individuals that came into the shelter or into the warming center each of those 15 nights, and those were definitely part of the homeless demographic that would be considered unsheltered otherwise. So they literally would have been in a snowbank that night had they not had a place to come with that roof over the head that was provided. So I would say if you look at the homelessness enumeration demographic that was studied, and Stephanie Rice and Heidi Van Dyke would be better to speak into this than me, but my understanding, and certainly as a participant in that enumeration, was that people that were surveyed were both those that were unsheltered and some that had precarious but existing sheltered at the time in that one evening snapshot of time that the enumeration was done. So I guess I look at the numbers of people that we saw flow through our overnight. They were people that had heard about us via word of mouth and through OPP officers and others who had the confidence to come and explore and test the waters with us. And we felt that over time we were gaining trust of that demographic. But to have actually housed 15 of over 100 people in the county, I think was quite remarkable, frankly. But it doesn't, we don't believe that we saw everybody in the county that was homeless, if that sort of speaks to an answer to your question, Councillor Martin.
Sorry, one more, Mr. Chair. Could you, off the top of your head, could you two please remind me when council made the decision to send funding your way? Was it March, late February?
February 8th.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Oh, pardon me. Through you, Councillor Taylor.
All is well. We have Mayor Chop and then Councillor.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. First of all, thanks, Brian and Virginia, for everything that you do and for taking this on. So these questions don't, please don't get offended by this. When I look at the numbers, and maybe you can just help me understand this a little bit better, you know, staff have mentioned to council there is going to be a report coming forward. I do truly believe that we, you know, need to look into future partnerships with local organizations to help address this issue as opposed to the county taking it on its own. So again, I'm supportive of that moving forward. However, when I look at the numbers, so, you know, there was a 10,000 that was provided to your organization. And if we look at, that was over 31 nights. I'm glad you provided all these stats. So with 23 individuals, that was $435 basically for a month for 23 people, or $133 a night if we look at it on the 75 person visit, which is a hotel room. It's more than a hotel room, even in Norfolk County. So I'm just wondering, you know, or maybe it's not even a question that you want to address today, but you know, if we're looking at moving to a partnership sort of, you know, option in the future, you know, I think that cost number on a per person, on a per night basis, that's going to have to come down somehow. I don't know if that just becomes scalable once, you know, it's over the course of an entire winter. I'm thinking that perhaps you said you bought supplies. So I think one of the things when you present your financials to the county will be to include how much of those supplies are, you know, capital investments, if you will, that are beds that will be used next year. So you won't have that same capital outlay in the future that was required this year. So that's just something I would be interested in, so we can get a more accurate view of what the actual, you know, cost is on a, you know, per person per night type of basis, so that we can compare it to our own program that we already run within the county.
Councillor Taylor, through you to Madam Mayor, this is a discussion that we had early on, and we realized three things. Number one, the fixed costs stay the same whether we have one person in the place or whether we have 5 people in the place. So as we became more familiar to those who are on the street, their confidence in the consistency of our service grew. So we saw an increase in the number of people who used the service that we offered. And you're right. Some nights a motel would have been a cheaper solution if there were rooms available, and if there were motels who were willing to rent to the people that we serve. And that's a challenge, is that often it can be hard to find housing in Norfolk County when you have possibly a traffic or a track record of not being easy to house.
If I can, Brian, I guess it's just that, you know, we do our emergency shelter program is actually in a hotel.
Yes.
So it's kind of, you know, it'll be helpful for staff and for council down the road when we look at, you know, branching out into these partnerships, getting a more accurate representation once you take out some of those capital investments that you've made that you won't be requiring in the future, so that we can understand. I mean, unfortunately, if the county can do it cheaper for whatever reason. I mean, we have to deliver the best value to the taxpayers as well. I mean, I wish we could help everybody all the time, but that's simply not the reality. So if we can figure out, you know, how we can make the model most effective so that every dollar goes as far as possible, if the county's dollars are going further, and I'm not saying that they are, I'm just saying that when you present it, that's where we need to see a better sort of representation.
Absolutely. We'll break the numbers down for you and show you where the dollars go and where the scalability lies as well.
Maybe I'll just add to that as well, Mayor Trop, through you, Mr. Chair. Definitely, this was a pilot, and for the most part, people discovered that we were open through word of mouth. It's a difficult demographic to reach. Typically, they don't have active cell phones, at least more than a few days at a time. And there are trust issues. It takes time for this demographic to feel that this option is safe and that the service is something that they would like to avail themselves of. It's a pretty well-known fact that there is a certain number of individuals in the Simcoe, particularly downtown core, that really aren't willing to relocate out of town for an overnight. So the other alternative is that they find themselves on the street for one reason or another, whether we like it or not. It is a current reality. And so that's one of the challenges, is how do you keep the downtown core safe? How do you help these individuals be safe while still providing a service that, as you mentioned, is economically feasible. So, but we do think, because this was a pilot, that the numbers per overnight stay isn't necessarily reflective of what the future could hold. And second of all, we actually looked at like hotel options, even within our own group, whether it might be a viable option, frankly, to put people up in rooms. And there's some real insurance liability costs involved in that, unless, of course, I guess the county wanted to take that on themselves. But yeah, just thought I'd share a couple of those thoughts as well.
Thank you. I have Councillor Huffman, Councillor Van Den Driesch, and Councillor Columbus.
Thank you, Chair Taylor. Through you to Brian and Virginia. First off, again, thank you very much for everything that you've done. And I certainly do understand what you're saying. You have to bring the services to where the people are. And the hotel model is not ideal in any way, shape, or form. It doesn't provide that sense of community and a sense of safety. I've assisted individuals with accessing shelter in a hotel, and it's not all it's cracked up to be at all. My question for going forward is, do you have any location in mind for your home base next year?
Sure, I'll tackle that to Councillor Huffman through Mr. Chair. We are currently in conversation actually with First Baptist Church, which is where we house the overnight pilot. They have expressed interest in possibilities, but we don't have it ironclad at this point in time. So, but that is our most desired location at this time, and most likely feasible location moving forward.
Okay, thank you for that. And obviously you would understand the importance as well as soon as you can firm up something, right? Then we can, then you can go forward with looking at getting everything in place and the word gets out. And obviously through Church Out Serving, there's a great service for getting the word out to people, and hopefully we can, it's social services is a catch-22, right? You want to be able to provide the services, but in all honesty, what you really want is that there's no one that needs the services. Mm-hmm. So it's a tough go sometimes, but thanks.
Councillor Van Den Driesch.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you. You have purchased some capital assets. So what is your capacity? Like, you've bought in beds, obviously, or cots, and you plan on hopefully going back to the Baptist Church. What is your capacity then?
Currently, we have a capacity, Councillor Taylor, through you to Councillor Van Den Driesch. We currently have a capacity to serve up to 8 individuals.
But you did serve more this winter, so where did
We were serving anywhere between 1 and 6 in the evening, so we were never over capacity. So we've got some room to grow.
Right, exactly. So you purchased some beds, and if you were to partner at some point in time, maybe even, and hopefully at some point in time, that you'd be buying more capital assets to be able to use that. But my question to you though is, your most expensive expense would be security.
Correct.
Is there a way of, at some point in time, being able to nail that down further? Because that to me seems like such an expense.
It is, and it's a challenge to try to meet the needs of the organizations that we're working with, the churches, church out serving, insurance companies. So a security guard was a necessary solution and a necessary cost.
Okay, I can fully understand. Thank you very much, and again, commend you on everything you do. Thank you.
Councillor Columbus.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and Brian and Virginia, thank you for your commitment to the cause. My question, did your program attract anyone from outside of Simcoe, like Delhi or Port Over? Did anybody come forward that needed your assistance?
That's a tough question to answer. Through you, Councillor Taylor, to Councillor Columbus. Councillor Columbus, that's a difficult question to accurately answer, because this is a population that will float from Simcoe to Delhi, Delhi to Simcoe, based on being able to get a motel room for a single night, or find someone who will fund a motel room for a week. But when the money runs out, they are back on the street again, and they're back on the street in Simcoe. So inevitably, no matter whether it's a challenge in Delhi or a challenge in Waterford or a challenge in Port Dover, or a challenge in Simcoe, eventually it becomes a challenge here, inevitably.
Is there anything further from council? Seeing none, may I have a motion to accept the receive the deputation as information? Oh, Councillor Columbus and Councillor Huffman. All those in favor? Thank you. Thank you for the deputation. You too.
Thank you.
Thank
Enjoy
you.
the afternoon.
We have no presentations today, so we will move on to communication items. We have 5 communication items today. Does any committee member wish to pull any communication items for further discussion? Seeing none, may I have a mover and a seconder to receive both communication items or all communication items as information? Councillor Martin, seconded by Councillor Rabbits. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. We are moving on to staff reports at this point. We have staff report 8.1.1 in front of us. That is a request from Haldeman Norfolk Housing Corporation to sell vacant land, Ewell Street in Delhi, HSS 22013. Heidi, will you be presenting this report?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So the purpose of this report is to seek council's consent for the Housing Corporation to sell a parcel of vacant land on Ewell Street in Delhi. The Board of Directors of the Housing Corporation have passed a motion to declare this property surplus to their needs, and further that the proceeds of the sale of the property be deposited into a Housing Corporation reserve fund that is specifically dedicated towards development of new affordable housing in Norfolk County. As the property is vacant and no tenants are being displaced, and the proceeds of the sale will be used towards new affordable housing development, all of the criteria outlined in the Housing Services Act is satisfied. Therefore, staff are recommending approval. Once council approval is obtained, staff will proceed with the appropriate notifications to the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing so that the Housing Corporation can proceed with the sale. And with that, Mr. Chair, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Heidi. Are there any questions of committee? Councillor Van Driesche.
Yes, thank you. I'm not fully familiar with the Housing Authority and all the regulations that went with it. But the question is, deeming it a surplus, what criteria do you have to follow to say that it has become surplus? Because this is a piece of land that could have been developed or could have been, housing put on it. So what makes it undesirable?
So, Mr. Chair, through you to Councillor Vanden Drieschie, this property is adjacent to existing social housing properties that have been, some of which have been identified through the Housing Corporation's Regeneration Master Plan as properties for future disposal or leverage in order to build new affordable housing development. And so it's an area of the community that has already been identified through the regeneration master planning process as not slated for future development. It's also the size of the property and where it's located. My understanding would make it a bit challenging to develop, and so the Housing Corporation has done their due diligence with the consultants that have been working on the regeneration master plan to identify it as surplus to their needs.
Okay, thank you. I just would have assumed in my mind that a piece of land that you have in your hands, valuable to you and could be developed, would have been, I guess, in essence, better than having to put that aside and then trying to get further lands that are quite pricey. So, but anyway, you've done your due diligence, and I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Mayor Chop.
Just for Councillor Vanden Drieschie's information, the regeneration master plan, I believe, is available online. I certainly would, I mean, I know you started late in the term, but Matt Bowen is always loves to take the opportunity to talk to anyone on council at any time to lay out what the vision is. And I think understanding that vision is important to realize that there's going to be other sales that are going to come forward as part of that regeneration plan. If you have 20 different properties and you're having to do maintenance on 20 different properties, it's a lot more costly to manage than it is, if you had one apartment building and you are have one property manager at one location. So as part of that master plan with the hub lands in particular, that the section that has been or will be donated to the Housing Corporation, that is the idea, to sell off some of these older properties where maintenance costs are high and be able to combine them into a new single unit that hopefully at the end of the day will actually be able to provide more units than we could provide in all of these separate spaces. So again, I think I would just encourage you to reach out to Matt Bowen.
Councillor Columbus.
Mr. Chair, I'm quite familiar with this property, and just a month or so ago, council did approve through a hearing process the lands to the west are going to be redeveloped, and that came before council through the hearing process. The other thing with these three particular lots, if you look at the map on page 119, it's an aerial photo shot, black and white, and there is no street that fronts these particular lots at this time. So when that other development comes forward, the new roadway is going to be Banstead, and it's going to circle around back out to Yule Street. So it's an opportune time right now to get the highest and best value for those lots that the Housing Corporation owns.
Thank you. Mayor Chop.
Just like to move staff's recommendation.
Looking for a seconder. Councillor Rabbits. Any further debate on the motion? Seeing none. All those in favor? Thank you. Moving on to staff report 8.1.2. This is what was distributed earlier in the meeting. Due to that technical error, Homeless Prevention Services Emergency Housing Program. Heidi, I believe you are presenting this as well.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, through you to committee, and thank you for adding this to the agenda this evening. This report is in follow-up to the resolution of Norfolk Council to request staff to review the emergency housing program in light of community feedback that warming and cooling centers are needed and that emergency housing was needed in downtown Simcoe. In reviewing any of our programs, we always take a two-county approach, and so we have also looked at previous feedback that we've received that emergency housing, more emergency housing options are needed in the community of Dunnville. As a follow-up to Council's motion, staff put out a request for information through our Municipal Social Services Association related to the costs of a homeless shelter, an emergency shelter. There were 5 responses received from other municipalities, and the results of which are included in the report. Council will see that the costs on the low end cost ranged from $630,000 a year to $3 million per year, with the variables being the number of beds, the number of staff, and the level of services that were provided in kind. It's noteworthy that these costs don't include the initial or ongoing capital costs of a shelter. So staff are not recommending that either county undertake the construction of a bricks and mortar homeless shelter at this time. As in follow-up to Council's request, we also reached out to the province to determine whether there were any potential partnerships in any of the buildings that, provincial buildings that have residential programs. And the feedback that we received were that provincial buildings are built for a very specific reason or purpose, and that they are only used for that particular program, and so that a partnership with emergency housing would not be deemed supported by the ministry. Staff have previously provided a report to Council that has reviewed the emergency housing program, the number of beds that we have, the locations that we have, and the service delivery model that we use in order to work from a housing first perspective and a trauma-informed care perspective to have as few barriers to service as possible for individuals to meet them where they are at, while also making sure that we maintain health and safety in the program for the community members who use our services and also for the staff who deliver the services. Staff, we continue to feel that the locations and the service delivery model that we have are appropriate. However, we are very open to and receptive to the community feedback and that we have received. And for that reason, staff are recommending that Council issue an expression of interest out into the community to see if there are any new partnerships available for enhanced emergency housing services that could include such services as warming or cooling centers. Of course, we would always stay within our provincial budget with no asks of either county for municipal levy contribution. And with that, Mr. Chair, I would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Heidi. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing no hands, we do have a printed recommendation if someone would like to move the staff recommendation. Councillor Rabbits, may I have a seconder? Councillor Michelli, is there any debate on the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? That is carried unanimously. Thank you very much. Thank you, Heidi. We will move on to item 8.3.1. This is EIS 22022, the Rainbow Crosswalk installation, Simcoe. Andrew, I understand you will be presenting this report.
I will be, thank you. And through the chair, my pleasure to introduce this report today to committee, following on the footsteps of the deputation by Adam and Ryder. This report really stems from their earlier deputation in July of 2021, seeking the installation of a rainbow crosswalk somewhere in downtown Simcoe. Our staff have worked very closely with Adam and Ryder to find a suitable location, looking for a location that road is in good condition. They have the tactile warning strips for the crosswalk, as well as it's in a prominent location. We want to make sure we're installing this somewhere where it's going to be seen and used. The installation cost, as mentioned in the deputation, is $15,000, and that is being equally split between the Norfolk County and the organization. And we'll also make sure we add this to our county inventory for ongoing maintenance and inspections for crosswalks. We expect we may see more of these coming in the future, so staff have also included a decorative crosswalk policy for approval as part of this report. This will allow us to govern this process and ensure that we are following the Highway Traffic Act, but also allow us that flexibility to work with our residents and implement crosswalks that meet everybody's needs. And with that, it's pretty short and sweet, but Mike King and myself are here to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you. I've got Mayor Chop first.
Thanks, Andrew. I guess I'm a little bit confused with this report. I know you just got here, so but I thought that we had discussed sort of extensively at council that we did not want this burden to fall on the taxpayers. And we recognized that, or sort of as a contribution, what we were willing to do was look for a crosswalk that was already forecasted in our capital budget, where the county was going to expend those funds anyway to paint a white crosswalk, and that we would use the funds from that were already allocated to a particular sidewalk that was in need of repair, and we would add that to the funds that were raised through the fundraising efforts of Adam and Ryan to come up with that total. So that's my first question. Maybe that's what this still actually kind of means. It's just the word. I don't like the wording of the motion, if that is what we were getting at. And then, well, I'll tell you what, I'll let you answer that one first.
Through the chair, I'm going to have to rely on Mike for that one. I don't have the historical knowledge of when this was discussed the first time around, but Mike is here and can perhaps provide an answer.
Well, we discussed it a couple times actually, and I'm pretty sure that was the way that council went. So that's where I don't understand where this equal contributions come from. Again, not saying that we're not willing to contribute.
I do see Brandon in the back putting his hand up as we're waiting for Mike King to come up. Maybe Brandon could provide some clarity.
Sure, through the chair, and subject to what Mr. King might say, my understanding is with this particular one, because I've been involved in it a bit, is that we've also had several requests come forward for park works in Quants Park from a community, and for a dog park works. And it's been since the time that this particular report first came, there's now been some direction about the 50-50 split. So that's just a little bit of the background behind this particular one.
There's never been a policy that has been created with that. Anytime that it's been a 50-50 split, it's because a group has specifically come to council and that's what we approved. In this case, I know for a fact that that's not what we had approved, and council was quite clear that we wanted to look for, we did not want to put this on the burden of the taxpayers. But what we were willing to do to contribute to making this a reality was we were willing to, look at find a crosswalk that was in need of repair that was forecasted in the capital budget and allocate that portion of funds that would paint the crosswalk white to combine it with the fundraising dollars. So there is no policy. So I hope we're not heading down this road in the future with any time somebody comes forward and wants something from the county, that it's a 50-50 contribution. In fact, I would go one step further and I would say that in the attached decorative crosswalk guidelines, it actually states it's 100% to be funded by the requestor. So
I do see Mike online now. I think we'll let him answer that original question as well.
Yes, thank you. I will try. Through the chair, yeah, I was under the impression that when we brought the original report in September of 2021, I think in that report, we had some locations which would have been included in the 2022 projects for capital. I believe it was on Colburn Street. that project got pushed off until 2023. So in speaking with the group, Riders Rainbow Group, their fundraising efforts are basically for 2022. So as the group, they would like to actually to have it installed in 2022. So then we looked at some possible potential areas in Simcoe. And the one that we picked with the group would be Union at Norfolk Street, which was just recently repaved in 2021. So if it's the wish of Pike Council, we could. I think there are some reserve Pike funds there on that actual project, which we could use.
I guess, Mike, I mean, you know, we are accountable to all the, you know, the taxpayers in Norfolk here. And I would have thought that in this report, like it just says that it's going to be funded out of the road operations line painting budget allotment. I kind of want to be able to, you know, explain to folks, especially ones, you know, that, you know, see their taxes going up and maybe they're not support, whatever the case may be, that, you know what, I think it actually takes some pressure off the situation by saying, hey, like these were funds that were going to be spent anyway. Like I would like to know, and I know that's laid out in our capital plan. I've seen it before when we've had different crosswalks that are scheduled for painting. So is there not a way to get council a number back for next week of what, and maybe it's not the Union Street location, but of a crosswalk that actually was due for repainting? And what the amount was that we would have contributed to that, because this is the way this is written was not the direction of council.
Through the chair to the mayor, I believe there was a memo circulated just for councils last fall that the actual cost for just repainting a crosswalk in normally white, whether it's single line or by ladder, was anywhere from $100 to $500 per location.
So, okay, this is my next question then, and I'm wondering, Mike or Andrew, I mean, from the city of Hamilton, I just can't buy into that. This is 15. I mean, I feel like all the money riders raised should be more than sufficient to go and take this on. I actually saw one the other day. I can't remember what town I was in, and it certainly didn't look like a $15,000 job to me. I mean, what is it that this has to be at such a level of paint that our white paint isn't even at? I mean, to me, it should just be to the same standard as what we're already doing. I don't know why this has to go so far above and beyond.
Through the chair to the mayor, this isn't really paint. It's like a specialty thermoplastic product. So it comes in squares, so it has some friction on it. Like normally, if it was normal paint, it would be slippery when it's actually wet. And paint would have to be applied every year or every couple of years. Whereas in the past, like this installation with the thermoplastic has basically like a lifespan of around 15 years. I know there's been some installed in actually Haldeman, which have actually lasted around that time. So that's why it's more expensive. It's for the safety issue with the friction and not having to actually repaint it every year.
So how do we manage the safety on regular crosswalks then? If regular crosswalks are just done with paint, you're telling me that they are unsafe? Why does this one have to be to a different standard than the crosswalks that we have over the rest of the county?
Through the chair to the mayor, regular crosswalks would either be just a single white line on the outside, so the inside would be asphalt, or if it's like a ladder, it's like a step pattern, and that would be repainted every year. And when it's painted, they apply material to help with the actual friction as well too. Like it's like a glass actually bead.
Okay, it just seems so funny that 15,000 is the number, but meanwhile we can paint. You said it was 100 to 500 a year for the other crosswalks. That's a lot of years at $100 a year.
Councillor Van Andrucci.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you, I think I hear it already. The value of the work that you're telling me that the county is putting in is approximately just $500 then to install this? Is that what you're saying? Like, what's the value of our employees putting this in, or are we capable of putting it in?
Through the chair to Councilor Benarishi, the short answer is no. It's specialized material, specialized equipment. You put the material on the asphalt, you run over it with propane heaters, actually melt it in, and then you put like a stencil on it, and then you actually vibrate it in. So we don't have the material, we don't have the equipment, we don't have the expertise. So that's why when we asked for the quotation, we got it from a basic licensed contractor. And yeah, through the COVID, the price has went up. My experience with this installation, if we were doing all 4 pie corners, because we're doing more, the price would be less. But because we're only doing 1 leg, that's why it's a little bit higher.
I have to indicate that it's quite significant of a price, and I think and commend them for raising the dollars they have. You think it would be sufficient? Is there a possibility of looking into just paint and finding a method to make it safe, such as ribbed lines cut into it or anything like that? Was there any other options that you could have come up with, or do you think you could have or could need time to look up something, an alternative?
Through the chair to Councilor Benarishi, we look at the safety aspect and actually maintenance. So any other option, whether it's a specialty paint or painting every year, would have associated costs. We're looking at this, so it's going to be minimal maintenance, and I know it's expensive. However, we're looking at the issue with safety and the issue with annual maintenance. So this product has been used widely in the last 5 to 10 years with great success in Hamilton, with Haldeman, actually Paris as well. So, you know, I have personal experience with this. I did quite a few projects with it in Haldeman, so I personally like it. So that's just my opinion.
Thank you.
Councillor Martin and then Councillor Robbins.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I'd actually like to build on that a little bit, similar to Mayor Chop's comments. So are we not able to take the traditional painting approach, like the first photo in our staff report, the ladder system with different colored paint, still burnt in, still up to the safety standards? We're just using a different color of paint instead of the thermoplastic. The only difference is our rainbow crosswalk, the colors aren't going to be connected. They're still going to be separated by the pavement. But if that's good enough in white paint, can it not be suitable in colored paint?
Through the chair to Councilor Martin, yes, that would be possible if you're just strictly looking at the ladder model with the white edge line and the rainbow stripes for ladders. That's something that we could look at, and you know, we could get a pricing on that, whether it was the asphalt impressed thermoplastic, or which would be less maintenance, or it could be annual or biannual painting as well. But again, with the paint and the ladder stripes, yeah, that is something that we could actually look at.
Councillor Robbins.
Thank you, through you. Mr. King, I'm just looking at the picture that we have on 179 of our agenda. It's the picture of the crosswalks at Union Street. I know that this is in a school zone, it's a high traffic area. Do we often find ourselves repainting these lines? I mean, the image that I'm looking at right now, it looks like they're quite worn. It must have been taken shortly after our winter season. We can tell our taxpayers that we haven't yet painted those lines. It's not like we're repainting them at this juncture. Are you kind of holding off to see what council's decision is before approving painting of these various locations?
Through the chair to Councillor Rabbits. Yeah, because that's on new asphalt. Normally, when it's applied for the first time, the asphalt is a little bit more porous, so it would soak in more. Roads Operations has an annual line marking program, which they will initiate probably in May once all the salt is off of the roads. And so, yeah, so that would be part of their annual program.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. One of the other things I'm just not seeing in the report is addressing the cost of the ongoing maintenance in the motion itself. So there's an article that I had read from Kamloops where there was concern over the cost as well there. And they were in this article, it says that with this type of material, you're saying it lasts 15 years. They commented on that as well, but they said it was still looking at $5,000 to $10,000 in maintenance every 4 years, even for the material that you were describing. Can you comment on that? And that's where I think Councillor Martin's suggestion, might be the way to go. I mean, certainly if our staff, we could be buying cans of colored paint and, regularly refreshing it to ensure that it stays for a fraction of the cost.
Through the chair to the mayor, with regards for maintenance for the thermoplastic material, one of the benefits, if there's one section which is we need to repair localized because it comes in squares of 600 millimeters by 600 millimeters, so you can do localized actually by repairs, or you can buy material and so to melt it in there as well. So those repairs, they could be done by in-house staff. But you are correct that if it was just basically paint that was applied, it would be maintained as required, and we would probably see that would have to be repainted every couple of years.
Is there anything further from council? Seeing none, we do have a staff recommendation printed on page 175. If someone is willing to move that or present an alternative, Councillor Rabbits.
I'm willing to move staff's recommendation as printed.
I'll be seeking a seconder. Councillor Huffman. Is there any debate on the motion? Councillor Martin, then Councillor Van Pasten.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I've just pulled up a quick photo here, and hopefully staff can do the same. I would really like to see what the cost is on separating out and using the paint, still fulfilling the crosswalk. It looks actually beautiful. It is in the New York Times. Capitol Hill, Seattle has done it the way that is identified with the ladder markings and colored paint. It's absolutely beautiful. It's being fiscally responsible with the taxpayers, and it's certainly fulfilling Ryder's mandate. And Ryder most likely will have considerable fundraising dollars left over to put towards Ryder's cause on another initiative. So I really would like to see some numbers come back from staff on the paint only option.
Councillor Van Pasten.
I think Councillor Martin has covered it, using the same logic of staff's estimate of $100 to $500 a year to paint an intersection. What we do for 15 years at half the cost of the thermoplastic stuff, and I think that's the better way to go. That got to buy different colored paint. We paint it, and you have to do it every year or every other year. So be it, but we'll keep it maintained that way, and that fits the budget a lot better. Because touch on it sooner, that gave them an estimate to start with. They've almost achieved that goal, but now we found out that it's really going to be twice as much, and now the taxpayers on the hook. They can't really go back on what we had estimated to start with. They sort of met that or tried to, and but I don't think that's fair to the taxpayers in the county that are going to go with the very most expensive model when there's other options out there that'll work. I will not be supporting this effort.
Mayor Chow.
I can't support the staff recommendation, either of reasons I articulated previously, that $15,000 still doesn't even include, even if it is just small squares, it still doesn't include ongoing maintenance over that 15-year period, which I'm seeing as being significant. So I'd like the idea that Councillor Martin has presented as well. And, you know, I think that the commitment is there from council to go and do this. It's just how we go and do it.
Councillor Evans.
Speaking in favor of the motion, I'm not too sure how many times we can honestly expect to send this back to staff and receive different information. I'm not an expert on paint, but we do have subject matter experts on staff, and they've given us their best proposal this afternoon. Very happy to see that there is at least a policy in place now moving forward where 100% of the cost would be borne by the person making the submission. We have an opportunity here for at least 50 cent dollars, and I think that's a fair compromise to get us started in an inclusive crosswalk that would really send a message about our commitment to inclusivity in Norfolk County. It is in a school zone. It's right in front of our most populous and longest standing high school. I think it's an opportune time for us to really start planning for the future. And in approving this crosswalk, we're also approving that policy. And I think it is a responsible one for the taxpayer and a prudent one. Looking for when this first came before council, we've been discussing this for several months now. We're going back to July 13th of 2021. And I really don't think that should this motion be defeated, we're going to be getting a lot of different information 6 months to a year from now. I really hope that we're not still discussing Ryder's crosswalk.
Is there anything further from council? Seeing none, I will call the question then. All those in favor? All those opposed? That is defeated. We're looking to present an alternative motion. Councillor Martin.
Sorry, this is probably going to be a little patchy here. That report EIS 20-022 Rainbow Crosswalk Installation Simcoe be received as information. And that further that council approve policy EIS 01 decorative crosswalk guideline. And then I'd like to provide direction to staff to report back to council on the funds to go with the latter type installation of a rainbow crosswalk with paint. If it's similar in cost to what we were going to spend to do the work anyways, I feel like they don't need to come back. They can execute on that. If it's a massive variant that needs to come before council, then a report can come back. That would be the direction I wish to provide.
Councillor Hoffman.
I was just wondering if we could go with a friendly amendment instead of using the word report, go with something along the lines of memo so that we're trying to expedite this. I'm at the point with Councillor Roberts where to me it does seem that we're chasing our tails with this and running around in circles and kind of not getting the information that we requested. So anything to speed it up would be greatly appreciated.
I'll seek a seconder and then go to the clerks real quick. May I have a seconder for the motion? Councillor Vanden Rishi and Teresa.
Through the chair, if I could just make a friendly suggestion that maybe you want to do that in two motions to achieve what I think you're trying to achieve, is to approve the policy first, which would then set the standards for that, and then second, direct staff to work within the policy frame within a certain amount of budget.
Could we hear the first portion of that motion, please?
The first portion of the motion reads as follows: that report EIS 22-022 Rainbow Crosswalk Installation Simcoe be received as information, and further that council approve policy EIS 01 decorative crosswalk guideline.
Is there any debate on the motion? Councillor Van Passen.
If I remember the suggested policy, it specifically talks about only installing thermoplastic and all those things, so I'm not sure I can agree with that. applying that as the new policy when we're just discussing that I don't want to spend that money on the sidewalks, I want to do it right. So can't support policy as is either.
Councillor Martin.
Happy to just receive that as information. I agree. Page 189 specifically states the materials as thermoplastics, so.
So if I may then, through the chair, if council can move to accept the report, give staff direction that we should proceed with reviewing the costing of a rainbow ladder bridge, similar to what Councillor Martin suggested, and that if it is within the $4,000 to $5,000 or $6,000 range, within the funding that's been provided through the group, that staff will take the action to proceed, and that further that staff will revise the guideline and the policy and come back to council for approval when that's ready.
Thank you.
Through the chair to committee, or Councilor Martin specifically, would you like to then rescind your motion on the floor and proceed with amending it according to the suggestion of the CAO?
Because so. I don't think under the procedure rules you can. I think you have to defeat it. Through the chair, there was a motion properly constituted on the floor with the mover and seconder. So either the motion has to be removed from the floor or a vote has to process. Withdraw it if that's suitable.
And then would you like to move the motion as presented by Al? Okay, I'm looking for a seconder. Councillor Van Andrieschie. If we could, is everyone clear on the motion? Hear it again? No, we'll hear it again. Yep, we'll hear it again. Al?
Do my best to recall. So that the report be received by committee, that staff be directed to proceed with exploring the option of a painted rainbow crosswalk, ladder crosswalk, as described by Councillor Martin, and we'll confirm the group that that makes sense. And that if the costs are within the funding that the group has already raised, we will proceed to execute and put the crosswalk in motion as described in the report. And that we further, staff will return back with a revised rainbow crosswalk policy that will reflect what we're doing in this particular case for council's consideration and approval at a later date.
Thank you. Has that been captured? Okay. Any debate on the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? That is carried unanimously. Thank you. More reports before a quick break, or do you guys want to keep going through? Keep going, okay. Item 8.4.1, Norfolk County Climate Change Adaptation Plan Implementation Update 2022. This is OPS 22028. Bill, I understand you'll be presenting this report.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I'll do a very brief intro. As stated in the report, County Council adopted the Norfolk County Climate Change Adaptation Plan in December 2020. Attachment A of the report states the prioritized items that staff are looking at. And tonight, staff are asking Council to approve the 2022 recommendations from the priority list, and staff are also asking Council to further direct staff to include a community emissions plan for 2023. And with that, I'd like to turn it over to Miss Sydney Clerici. This is her first night presenting reports to council. Sydney was hired a number of months ago, and her title is the project lead for energy and facilities. And close by for her will be Michael Smones, our director of facilities. So with that, I'll turn it over to Sydney, who will go into a little more detail in the report.
Thank you, Bill and Mr. Chair Taylor. Through the chair to the mayor and members of council, thank you for allowing me to present this report. To start off, I'd like to thank our committed Norfolk County Climate Change Adaptation Committee members who dedicated their time to provide their knowledge and insights, which led to the development of our adaptation implementation plan for the remainder of 2022. With respect for time, I will be brief with the introduction of this report. If council will recall, in late 2020, Norfolk County Council approved the Norfolk County Climate Change Adaptation Plan and directed staff to allocate funding to implement the plan and provide annual reports to council on the plan implementation progress. Through the hard work of the Norfolk County Climate Change Adaptation Committee members and staff across the organization, an implementation plan has been developed for the highest climate risks to Norfolk County. Staff are recommending that existing funding allocation be used to prioritize 5 adaptation strategies for the remainder of 2022. These adaptation strategies can be found in Attachment A, Norfolk County Climate Change Adaptation Plan, 2022 Implementation Prioritizations. These actions were strategically chosen and prioritized based on their abilities to be implemented within the remaining timeframe in 2022, along with the benefits that they will bring to the community. In addition, in 2019, staff were directed to complete a Norfolk County community-wide greenhouse gas inventory, which was completed in 2021. The community greenhouse gas inventory presents total community greenhouse gas emissions that residents and businesses in Norfolk County created through their activities in 2019. Upon the completion of this inventory, staff is requesting direction from council to include a community greenhouse gas emission plan project for council's consideration within the 2023 proposed capital budget. This project will be attainable through the information provided from the completed greenhouse gas inventory, and a greenhouse gas emissions plan will allow for increased grant application opportunities, as well as establishing targets and recommendations for emissions reductions in Norfolk County to align with provincial and federal emission reduction targets, fostering healthier, long-term, more sustainable communities in Norfolk County. And with that, we'd be happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions from committee? Councillor Martin.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Through you to Sydney. Thanks for the report. Great job. I see that there's a lot of consideration that's been made to flooding and stormwater management. I'm just, curious. I'm not sure how things get prioritized and tasked, but what type of conversations were had around our waterfront communities, specifically flooding into publicly owned roads, which then spill out into businesses, and what type of considerations were made for funding for those, rare situations, but they're pretty detrimental to the business owners in the surrounding area and pose a significant safety risk on our public roads as well.
Thank you, Councillor Martin. Through the chair to Councillor Martin. That's been a large discussion. I'm talking about our lakeshore communities and flooding in general. We did apply for funding through Intact Insurance for a municipal climate resiliency grant, which will address flooding in our lakeshore communities, looking for a detailed vulnerability assessment of municipally owned infrastructure along the lakeshore communities, which we could then share that information with property owners within the area as well. We were supposed to determine if we got funding at the end of April, but they have pushed it back further to the end of May. Moving forward with 2023, that will be obviously one of our highest priorities, as it was third on our list in Attachment A.
Mayor Chop.
So if the grant funding isn't received for that one project, then what? Do we still move ahead with that? I mean, I can support it if there's grant funding, but that seems like an awful lot of money to spend when we're already engaged in, asset management plans and so on and so forth that, are a bit more high priority in my mind than this component.
Through the chair to Mayor Chop. Yeah, we would not move forward with the project this year, and we would go to council for consideration for 2023 project.
So I won't tell the whole story behind this, but I mean, as we look to I remember the day that I pulled up and we had the electric vehicle charging station out there, and it was in the middle of the pandemic, and I nearly had heart failure because I thought, oh my God, with everything going on, this is what we're doing right now. However, it was interesting because Al had literally just started. So as I went in upstairs and I was like, what is going on here? And you know, he said that there's no way that Norfolk County paid for this electrical vehicle charging station, that municipalities were always receiving grant funding to go and do that. So I put a little wager on the side with him and got in touch with Kathy LaPlante, who informed me that no, we had paid the entire amount with zero grant funding. Subsequently, I had a conversation with somebody who has recently invested in an enterprise here in Norfolk County. And he explained to me that a lot of these EV charging, in fact, they had this as another business as well. And he was interested in coming to speak to the county. But they actually take the entire project on and they bear all of the installation costs themselves. And then of course it's, you know, they receive back the fee when people, you know, pay, but to charge their vehicles. Have we looked at options like that don't, you know, in that particular case, we're doing a lot of good and it's not hitting our balance sheet at all because there are companies out there that are willing to fund the full amount and then generate revenue off of these charging stations. So when I look at options like that, I see that as being more progressive than spending money, you know, on some of the other pieces that we have here listed.
Through the chair to Mayor Chop, sorry. I know myself, I'm always looking for active grant opportunities. I would rather use or try to use, grant funding rather than the taxpayer money. I think that's the most responsible option. In regards to your example of EV charging stations, I know the province committed to grants for next year for municipally owned charging stations for parks, community centers, arenas, trails, and stuff like that. That would be something that we were willing to look into. And yeah, that's kind of why we wouldn't follow through with the project. I know I've also had discussions with another private company where they do burden all the costs at no taxpayer, non-government funded for EV charging stations.
Just one more question. Is there a required, I mean, I know it was established, I believe, by council, it's a policy, but is there a legal minimum through any sort of legislation of what we contribute to this as a municipality annually? Or was this a local decision? I've never known the answer to that.
If you happen to know, Councillor Van Passen, go for it.
Well, I have sat on this committee since its implementation, Mr. Chairman, and I think this is 3 years in progress. It's an adaptation, mitigation of climate change. That's federal provincial. Try to adapt to whatever is happening. The committee's done a lot of work on this, and the report was presented already, laying out, I think, 12 priorities that were identified, and it was agreed at budget time to set aside 0.1% of the levy dollars into a separate reserve fund, the adaptation priorities. And now after another whole year, we've now set aside 2 years, like $30,000, $170,000 left over from years ago. And this is our first stab at listing out what the committee recommend as, you know, the first, let's get started on it. So these are the best choices as the priorities. Quite honestly, the first one is plant a tree. It's a quick win. It shows that we're actually starting to do something.
Would you speak into the mic just a little bit more?
My question though was just, is this a provincially or federally mandated requirement?
This council agreed at budget time to set aside that 0.1% of the levy amount into a separate reserve to fund these adaptations. I think the only money we spent is think it was a switch over some lights that we were going to spend levy dollars on, and we stole the money out of this reserve rather than levy it twice.
Mayor Chop, is that your question?
Well, it answers that part of the question, but now Councillor Van Passen brought something else up. So I thought it was a previous council that, I thought there was a policy that had been established that there was portion that would be included annually, and that's why it shows up in our budget yearly. Okay. It was prior to this council, I believe, was it not? It was this, was it a policy that was created? That part I can't. Okay.
And if my understanding of the budget process, once the council agrees to it, once staff will automatically set that in the next year's budget until they are told otherwise. So once we agree to it the first time, it automatically is put in as a placeholder, and they continue to do that until we tell them to take it out.
But then, okay, so then let's build on that. I thought that the agreement, however, when this was initially came forward, the first time we dealt with it, when we talked about the lights, there was going to be some you know, ROI that we were going to see, that the lights were actually going to generate savings for the county.
I saw staff grab the mic back there to provide some clarity as well. Maybe we can go to staff.
Chairman, I think Mr. Shimose would be able to explain the difference between the Climate Change Committee and the Energy Conservation Committee, which has been doing that sort of thing, applying for grants, making the switches on the heating, the weather stripping, the lights. And the last meeting, I think the proposal is to merge those two committees now. And Sydney would be looking after a merged committee with energy savings and the climate change. So maybe if Michael could expand on that a bit.
Thank you for that segue there. Yeah, so I think just some clarity, first of all, there is no mandate or there's no legislation from the province or the feds to have an adaptation plan. That being said, this plan was a fully funded adaptation plan through the Federation of Canadian Municipalities. And I guess one thing to make note in terms of the adaptation plan itself, there is plenty of research and literature out there with regards to the return on investment of making these adaptation or completing these adaptation measures. You're looking at ballpark $6 to $8 in avoided costs for every dollar invested in these adaptation measures. So I'm not sure if I answered the question there, but maybe we can go from there.
Mayor Chop, is there anything further?
Well, I guess the challenge that I have with the lesson with the budget process was that when we go through a budget process, if you were to drill down in a budget, you should be able to see, I mean, when it's presented to council, we're not getting into, you know, very detailed line items, but they should theoretically exist. So I guess one of the challenges I have is just blanketly approving funds without having some additional detail. I just don't like the idea. I mean, we're here debating over $7,500 for an hour not that long ago, and now we're just coming up with ways to spend a couple $100,000 that I don't know that I see. In some of them, I see some value for sure. I'm just not convinced that I see value in each of them. And I just don't like the idea of spending dollars just because we committed 0.1% to be allocated to these initiatives when I don't see a rate, some sort of return on our investment, a more quantifiable return on our investment. That's not a question to you, Councillor Van Passen. That's just my comments.
My comment would be, I agree with you 100%. And this is the first stab at that. That's why it's being presented as a report, because we approved 2 years ago to set aside those funds and do the study and do the work and make the recommendations. And this is the first stab at bringing that in front of council, asking for permission to expend some of those funds on these type of projects that will help the county adapt to the changes in the climate.
Councillor Columbus.
Mr. Chairman, climate change is real. We have to adapt to it. 0.1% was discussed and contributed during the budget time. And if we don't approve this, there's no sense in having a climate change adaptation. That's what it's all about. So I will move the recommendation. Thank you.
You have a second. Councillor Van der Driesch is seconding. Is there any debate on the motion? Councillor Van der Driesch.
I will be supporting this. I believe that you are correct. For every $6 to $8 of avoidance costs, we're putting in $1. So I think it has a lot of merit. And, you know, and when you take a look at what's going on and how we flood every year, how things are happening, if we can do something to avoid some of these costs, I think it's a prudent initiative. Thank you very much.
Anything further from, okay, Mayor Chop and then Councillor Rampassen.
I can get behind it this year, but I would like to see a demonstration in the future of, you know, a more quantifiable return on investment for these items where they are brought forward at the budget process as opposed to after the fact, for one. The other, you know, piece that I just want to comment that's extremely unfortunate in Haldeman County, you know, when the windmills arrived, they received $2 million a year every year for 20 years. And that is what they put those funds into what they call their vibrancy fund. And it's specifically for initiatives such as these that can be attributed to the environment. Unfortunately for Norfolk County, we received $0 a year for 20 years for the windmills that were in Norfolk County. I remember Mayor Hewitt's comments to me were at the time, he said they were coming whether you liked it or not. They were a very hot political issue, but they were arriving. Haldeman County chose to get on the bus and Norfolk County got under the bus. So it's unfortunate because we probably could have done a lot more even than the funds that we're contributing.
Councillor Van Passen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And just to alleviate the mayor's concerns previously, with the mover and sector, by amending item number 3 on that list, that $90,000, to specify that's conditional on grant funding. Yeah, if the grant funding is not approved, then we're not going to proceed with this. They'll come back for another chance next year. I think Cindy has specified that, but the motion, we want to clarify that.
I'm seeing nods from them, so we'll have that clarified. Anything further from council? See none, I will call the question. All those in favor? That is carried unanimously. Thank you. Thank you. Item 8.4.2, 15-minute parking zones, OPS 22018. Bill, I understand you'll be presenting this report as well.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, I'll do a brief introduction and pass it over to Mr. Bob Field. So County Council will recall in December of 2021, we passed a 15 minutes parking space bylaw here, and the bylaw is in effect until June 22nd. Obviously, council knows that the 15-minute parking spots really came to light as a result of COVID and having people take takeout, being able to get in and out of spots very quickly. Aside from staff were also tasked with bringing a report back before June of 2022 to look in the future on what staff feel we should do with the 15-minute parking spots. And with this time, I'll turn it over to Mr. Bob Fields, who has much more detail and is the author of the report on a criteria and such for the 15-minute parking spots.
Thank you, Bill. Through the chair, just some of the highlights from the staff report. As Bill mentions, the 15-minute parking zones came in a lot with the pandemic, but that wasn't the first foray into that. We've had 15-minute parking zones around our Canada post offices for a long time before the pandemic. The pandemic really drove that the necessity, and Norfolk, like other municipalities across the country, responded to the requests of the business communities to implement 15-minute parking zones to allow for curbside pickup. As Bill mentioned, staff were directed to come back to council with a report to discuss the criteria for establishing 15-minute zones across the county. The operations staff met with the business community throughout Norfolk. We were able to hit the Port Dover Board of Trade, Simcoe BIA, the Waterford Chamber of Commerce, and the Delhi Chamber of Commerce through phone calls in person for the first three. We still were trying to reach out to some of the other folks, but we haven't had a chance to connect. There is strong support for the 15-minute zones in Port Dover, and there was a moderate amount of interest in Simcoe. During the drafting of the report, operations staff did receive requests for 3 additional 15-minute spaces, one on Market Street West in Port Dover on the north side of the road west of Main Street, on Chapman in Port Dover on the south side of the road west of Main Street, and one in Simcoe on Main Street North, just north of Argyle Street on the east side of the road. Several of the business groups, although they're not interested in this point in having 15-minute parking zones, they did express an interest in meeting with staff at a later date to talk about the possibility of implementing something in their business community. We did reach out to several municipalities, and we did a complete review of what we could find online with other municipalities in Ontario and across the country. Some of the important things that we noted, we did not find any developed formal programs laying out criteria or programs or guidelines for establishing 15-minute parking zones. There were a few, but they were significantly dated and not a lot of help. In talking to some of the other municipalities, most were implemented based on staff knowledge and their interactions directly with the business community and business owners. In our review, we were finding that many of the municipalities were in the process of removing the 15-minute zones for a variety of reasons, including things like lack of support from the business community, exiting out of the pandemic and returning to normal business operation, and in some cases, the enforcement or enforceability of the zones and lack of resources there being. All that noted, operations staff, after consultation with the business community and other municipalities, believes there is still a need for 15-minute parking zones and recommends that the existing and the proposed 15-minute parking zones presented in the report be formalized into the parking bylaw, and that staff be directed to further evaluate the 15-minute parking zones in the comprehensive parking study. And with that, Bill and I are here to answer any questions that you might have.
I've got Councillor Martin and Mayor Chop.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My only question is concerning Friday the 13th. Just would like to clarify on the record that 15-minute parking signs in the applicable open roads, if it's still going to be enforced or not.
I'll take a crack at that, and our clerk may want to jump in, but I think like any event that size, some of those efforts take a bit of a backseat. We certainly won't be out there actively enforcing the 15-minute parking zones during an event that size.
But it is a possibility. I know that certainly had a lot of calls about parking concerns after Friday the 13th. So I'd like the message to be clear. If bylaws out, I don't expect them to be out ticketing, but I don't want to go ahead and say that we won't be enforcing it and then have tickets issued.
Through the chair, if I may, I think we have those tools in our tool belt when they're needed. Obviously, I believe our staff understand the scope of Friday the 13th and the needs. But I think we put bylaws in place for when we need to use them. So I would suggest that although we will be actively enforcing that if bylaw is out, there is always the potential for them to enforce the bylaw.
Okay, so they will be enforced is how I would like it to be shared with people.
Mayor Chop.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I'm actually kind of surprised at how many people that I've listened to that don't like the 15-minute parking zones. I think there is some utility to them in a lot of areas, particularly, takeout businesses where you're just hopping in and out. I know there was the gentleman with the pizza restaurant here in Simcoe that always had that challenge for his delivery vehicles as they wanted to run in. There's a few other restaurants in Simcoe that have had the same challenges. Is there a way to look at this going forward where people might be able to, if they had a particular, I know there was a concern during the pandemic, we didn't want to have it seen as we were favoring one business or another. So it was all, staff was making the decisions where the 15-minute zones were going to be placed. But now as we move into a post-pandemic era, perhaps that's less so. Most places maybe don't necessarily need them. But is there a way to look in the future that if it's somebody that's doing high volumes of delivery, food delivery, and they need somewhere where their delivery cars, can come and go, that we could look at an application process so it is a little bit more equitable for people that need them, and perhaps removing the ones where they're not needed?
Through the chair to Mayor Chop, that's probably a question for Mr. Bob Fields, as that now falls under his portfolio.
Through the chair to Mayor Chop, absolutely. We've had a few situations like that with the loading zone on Kent Street. We're certainly willing to talk to any business owner or service group that has parking and high volume turnover. It's certainly, we're approachable. We'll meet with them on site. We'll come up with some solutions, and it's certainly within our wheelhouse, and it's relatively low cost, but we'll certainly approach all those concerns and ideas in the comprehensive parking study as well. Those are things that are going to be targeted. So
thanks, Bob. I guess I would say the same thing applies the other way. I've just heard some frustrations, which surprised me, but people that don't want them around. So, if there's businesses that feel that they have one in front of their restaurant or in front of their store, and they don't see that as being useful, that the staff would be open to considering either addition or removal of them.
Just if I may comment, Chair, on that, I did take a look at the number of parking spaces that we are dedicating to this in Port Dover. Did write the number of, I think we're sitting around about 11% on Main Street. Sorry, we're sitting at about 11% of the parking stalls on Main Street that are dedicated to the 15-minute parking zone. So that's primarily the reason we want to include that in the comprehensive study as well, to take a look at that and determine is the best use. In speaking with the business community, they are still strong supporters of it. They were adamant that they wanted it back in. They did not want to lose it. Simcoe was a little bit less committed to it. They certainly wanted to try it with this first one on Main Street. So we may see them come back to the table and say, give us a few more. But it certainly is a competitive need. So it's going to be essential that we balance that, because we certainly don't want to over allocate to one function over another. So,
Councillor Van Pass.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I sort of like the layout in Dover with, like, they are generally laid out. It's either the first spot or the last spot. You don't have to hold up the traffic parallel parking. You can wheel in. You're going most half a block, you run in, you grab whatever you ordered in the store, and you're back in your car, and then the next person has the spot. I think that was the intent over the COVID, because we only had that type of service at a lot of stores. And quite honestly, I don't think I've ever been shopping. I only go buying. I already know where I want or what I want, where I got to go, and I just got to stop, run in, get it, pay for it, get out again. My wife needs about half of a parking lot to stay there for the whole day, because she has to walk in and out of every store. So they serve the purpose for all the types of customers that Dover has. And, I hope that they do keep them in Dover, because I think it's working well. And in Simcoe, I think they could use a few more, because we are getting more and more of those little downtown shops. And if somebody just wants to go and get a coffee, they don't want to go around 3 blocks to find a spot, or have to walk 3 blocks to get their coffee, because by that time they need a Powerade to walk back. So as part of the overall study, I think they're going to get some good data out of what's happening in Dover, see if Dover and Simcoe and Delhi and Waterford are more interested in it after they see what's happening. So I think we're on the right track.
I don't think I heard a question in there, but we will go to Councillor Columbus.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I was surprised that I only saw one on Norfolk Street in Simcoe. But I did have a call from a lady who was concerned that when she dropped somebody off at the doctor's office, which is the old Canada Trust building between the Bank of Nova Scotia and the Leon's Furniture, they suggested that there be a parking spot there because sometimes it takes people a long time to get out of the vehicle if they're in a wheelchair or a walker or something like that. I wonder if Mr. Fields can comment on that, whether a 15-minute parking spot can be put in front of the former Canada Trust there on Norfolk Street on the west side of Norfolk.
Through the chair to Councillor Columbus, it's absolutely, we can have a look at that. Typically, we have been just responding to inquiries of the public or the business, but we can certainly be a bit more proactive and look for other opportunities like that. So,
thank you.
Anything further from council? Do I have a mover of staff recommendation printed on 197? Councillor Michelle, do we have a seconder? Councillor Van den Driesche, is there any debate on the motion? Seeing none, call the question. All those in favor? It's carried unanimously. Thank you. We will move on to 8.5.1, 2022 tax policies. This is CS 22086. Shelley, I believe you'll be presenting this.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll introduce the report, then I will pass it over. Each year, municipalities must pass a tax policy bylaw, which forms the basis for the final tax levy. The purpose of this report is to set the tax policies for 2022, which will then be used to provide the authority required for staff to begin the preparations for the final tax billing. With that, I will pass it over to Lisa Martin, the County Supervisor of Revenue Services, and Lisa will walk us through the details of the report, along with Kathy LaPlante, who's on the call and is our County Treasurer. So with that, I'll pass it through to Lisa.
Thank you, Shelley. As Shelley mentioned, each year municipalities are required to pass a tax policy bylaw to form the basis for the final tax levy. The purpose of this report is to inform tax policies for 2022, which will then be used to establish final tax rates. Decisions made by Council today will be included in the tax policy bylaw to be passed by Council on May 17th. Issues such as tax ratios, reductions, and installment dates are regularly included in this annual report. Tax increase estimates provided during the 2022 levy operating budget deliberations were based on the 2021 approved ratios, and staff are recommending that these ratios remain unchanged for 2022. The final installment due dates are scheduled for August 31 and October 31, consistent with previous years. In 2019, the introduction of the small scale on-farm optional subclass was approved by Council for properties in the commercial and industrial classes. A second optional small scale on-farm subclass was established by the Province of Ontario, effective for 2022, for properties with eligible assessment between $50,000 and $100,000. Eligibility criteria is the same as the original class. In order to continue providing reductions to small-scale on-farm businesses, Council must approve these classifications each year. With that, if Council has any questions or concerns about any of the topics in the tax policy report, I would be happy to answer them. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. Do we have any questions of committee? Mayor Chop.
Just one. You talked about in table 1, you've got I've never seen it presented this way, but maybe it's just because it's the range of fairness that I've been considering. So it has the provincial recommended maximum. I always thought it was not a recommended maximum. Or is that just because depending on the range of fairness that could increase? Or do you know what I mean, Shelley? On page 206, you've got the provincial recommended maximum. So your industrial, you've got at 1.6929. So that's only recommended. So it could be higher. I thought we were always limited here previously, or is that just because of the range of fairness then that is the limiting factor? Through the chair to Mayor Chop, I'm going to ask for Lisa's assistance with this question. My understanding it was due to the range of fairness, but perhaps Lisa or Kathy can confirm, and if not, then we can follow up with council.
Yes, so to the mayor, the provincial maximum speaks to the range of fairness in that if municipalities want to move the ratios, they have to move closer to the provincial target range. So currently we're sitting at the maximum at 1.6929, for example, in the multi-res and commercial. So if we were to move towards that range, which is 1 to 1.1, we could do that. It would result in a shift in the burden and the distribution of taxes to the other classes. And as I understand it as well, when you can move towards that range, but you can't move back. So a decision to move lower would result in that moving forward. We couldn't move up again.
I'm confused. I'm sorry. I'm just confused because it says in here for the first time, besides setting the initial ratios, also set range of fairness. In many municipalities, actual ratios are higher than the range of fairness. Well, I thought it was a limiting factor before that you couldn't do that. You can do that. So we could be setting, throwing it out there, I don't want anybody to panic, but we could be setting a higher industrial tax ratio. I thought we were limited before by that. So is it just a recommended maximum or is it limiting?
See Kathy's hand up. Maybe we could try Kathy there.
Through the chair to members of council, I'll try a little bit too. We're unfortunate. Sue wrote the memo or wrote the report, and we're really missing her right now. So, but what I understand is that the range of fairness is the area where we can move towards that, like Lisa said. However, we're right now at the maximum, which was set back in 1998, and the only one we've changed to date is the farmland, where we were within the range of fairness, which is 0 to 0.25, and so we moved towards that. But so the only thing we can do, for example, is move lower. We can't move higher, like in the multi-residential, the commercial, or the industrial area. I think maybe, and Lisa, you could maybe help me out too. I think maybe the table's a little confusing because the provincial target range is maybe what we're talking. That is the range of fairness.
Yes, I believe so.
Yeah, and basically the third column, the provincial recommended maximum, is what was set in 1998. And the last column is, you can see, council has not changed any of those tax ratios for Norfolk County except for farmland.
Okay, so let me ask this one more different way. Can we or can't we change the industrial tax ratio?
We can just move down. That's my understanding.
Yes.
Okay, so that was, when I saw the additional room there, I thought this was suggesting the other way at this point in time. So that's fine. That was always my understanding previously. When I read this report, it was just worded a little bit differently. So thank you.
Anything further from committee? Seeing none, there's a printed recommendation on page 204. If I could have a mover of that or an alternative. Councillor Van Passen has moved it and Councillor Rabbits has seconded. Is there any debate on the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? That is carried unanimously. Thank you very much. Okay, we will move on to 4.4. This is the insurance program renewal for 2023 CS 22082. Councillor Columbus, you pulled this insurance program renewal staff report. If you'd like to begin with questions.
Yes, I did, Mr. Chair, and this is a 26.7% increase, which is pretty substantial, hurting municipalities. And I know that there's all kinds of disasters happening in the world with climate change, catastrophic losses for flooding and fires. But I pulled up the financial statement for Intact there the other night, and I noticed that their income was quite healthy. As a matter of fact, their CEO, in his statement, at the closing of his statement, in the report, he noted, while the world around us continues to be tough to navigate, Intact had an outstanding year in 2021. Here we are faced with these high rates for insurance. Just want to make a point of that.
Shelley?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and for those comments, Councillor Columbus. Just to clarify for committee as information, the purpose of this report is only to execute the optional extension. The rates for 2023, effective January 1st, would be brought forward in our annual operating insurance program report, and that comes due sort of mid-November, beginning of December. So the amount that Councillor Columbus quoted was the 2022 insurance premium, and 2023 will come to council in mid-November, December, depending on our first meeting with the new council.
Does anyone wish to move the motion staff recommended or propose an alternative? Councillor Van Passen has moved it. If I could get a seconder, Councillor Michelle, all those in favor? That is carried. Thank you. 4.6, which is the proposed new lot maintenance bylaw. Councillor Columbus, you pulled this one as well. If you'd like to ask your questions of staff.
Because I just wondered if Mr. Milson is with us. There
Yes, I am. Good afternoon.
My question is with respect to people cutting grass in the boulevard. How can we make sure that they're out there to cut the grass as is suggested in this report? Like, how are we going to monitor it? It's pretty difficult. And what happens if they refuse to cut it? I've had some people in my ward that just don't ever cut it. And I get other neighbors that are get pretty excited about it. Do you have a plan in place on how to handle that situation?
Well, thank you for the question through you, Mr. Chair. The issue doesn't come up that often, to be honest with you. Most people in the county are very, very good at keeping the boulevard cut. How it comes to light is like most of our other issues with bylaw, is through a complaint process. And you know, we'll get a complaint from a resident that you know, a certain property is overgrown. The boulevards themselves aren't really an issue. It's almost always the property itself under the clean yard / new lot maintenance bylaw. So I really don't see this as a very big issue at all in the county. What the new bylaw does, it helps us to regulate things like debris that's put onto the boulevard as well. And there are a number of people that will put mattresses and furniture and scooters and different things on the boulevard. And this just helps to codify that in the new bylaw to help us, you know, enforce that particular part of it. So in answer to your question, it's not much of a concern to us in that it doesn't come up that often, but this gives us the manpower, the teeth to deal with it if it does. So.
Thank you for that. My other comment question, the industrial zone, I see that you have added that into the lot maintenance bylaw.
That's correct.
I appreciate that. I don't know if you've been to the Arnold Sayre Industrial Park in Delhi, where it's a boneyard of many vehicles, tractor trailer trucks, and also empty carriers, vans. And when do you think we'll be looking into that, or have you been out to the site to look at that disaster?
Certainly have seen it, as most people have who pass by. Again, we're complaint based, but if there's a large area like that, you know, certainly an officer will be attending to. And once the bylaw is approved, if it is, then we'll have an officer attend and deal with that particular issue. As it's long-standing and it's quite noticeable. I would like to thank the councillor for bringing this up in January when we first presented and debated this particular bylaw. It was a good addition, I think, to put it into the bylaw.
I agree. Thank you.
Anything from the committee? Seeing nothing, do we have someone wishing to move staff's recommendation or propose an alternative? Councillor Columbus for staff's recommendation, seconded by Councillor Huffman. Is there any debate on the motion? Seeing none, if I could call the question, all those in favor? That is carried unanimously. Thank you very much. There are no motions this evening. We do have a notice of motion. Mayor Chop, did you want to present a notice of motion?
Yeah, so Councillor Martin and I were both approached by members of the boating community in Norfolk County, and they raised a good point that the Canadian Border Services Agency has not chosen to reopen Port Dover as a port of entry. And so while this doesn't fall under municipal purview, this is just about, advocating to our federal representative to try to reopen as a port of entry. And so I'll give all of the credit for this crafty wording to Teresa, because it's pretty cute, actually. So it says, whereas tourism, business, and leisure watercraft transport is an important component to Norfolk County, and whereas Port Dover was a port of entry prior to the COVID-19 health crisis, and whereas the Canadian Border Services Agency has chosen not to reopen Port Dover as a port of entry for visiting American boaters, tourists, or returning Canadian watercraft users, and whereas this closure has an impact on tourism, business, and the community within Norfolk County, and whereas the closest port of entry is 42 nautical miles from Port Dover, providing an inconvenience for those seeking to access Port Dover and Norfolk County by water, resulting in an especially challenging upwind sail for our municipality's post-pandemic economic recovery. Therefore, be it resolved that Norfolk County request MP Leslyn Lewis to continue to advocate for Port Dover to be reopened as a port of entry, and to further request the federal government ensure that all Ontario lakefront ports are treated equitably, consistently, and reopened for business in an expedient manner.
Thank you. And one sec, the clerks have, you may seek a seconder, or how does this work, by 2/3? Kevin?
Thank you, Chair Taylor. I just put in some options should Mayor Chop wish to get a seconder to discuss this today, but it doesn't. It's at the option of Mayor Chop. So just in the event that she had done that, I provided you with a couple options there.
Thank you. So then I guess there's no debate on that. We will hear it. Councillor Van Passen.
Is it allowed, I think, that with the 2/3 majority, you could waive that notice of motion and it becomes a motion, and then it'll be dealt with directly next week at council. And if the mayor would be willing to request that with her notice of motion, we could, if we get a 2/3 majority, we could vote to approve it, and then it becomes a recommendation next week, or it speeds up the motion.
All this talking, I think it slowed down the process, actually, but certainly we could request, I will request of council that we waive the rules of procedural order to deal with the motion on the floor this evening.
Kevin has thrown his hand up, so I will just go to him before requesting a seconder.
Correct. So the motion will be that the motion regarding reopening Port Dover Port of Entry be introduced. And then it would be in the affirmative of a 2/3 majority vote. And this is in accordance with procedural bylaws, section 16.4.
Is there a seconder for that? Councillor Huffman, need 2/3. Could I, all those in favor? Okay, so we will be seeing that next week. Are we doing it today?
No,
what's happening there?
It's always, the procedural rules were changed that we were, if we brought forward a notice of motion at council and committee, it is always heard at the council meeting. That is the rule that we have been following since nearly the beginning of the council term. That was not the previous procedural rule. Previously, if you introduced a notice of motion at council and committee, it would not be heard until the following month's council and committee. So we did this to expedite things. I assumed that the suggestion behind this was just to hear the motion this evening so that it was just over and done with and we don't have to do this again next week. So with that, the motion is on the floor and I would be looking for a seconder to the motion.
Through the chair, if I may. So unless that's a amendment that we haven't caught somewhere, that is not how our procedural bylaw reads right now.
That is 100% how this council has treated it since the beginning. There was a few things that were changed at the beginning of this council term, and that one because we were not hearing, it was taking so long for councillors to bring items forward. That is, and in fact, that's just how we handled Councillor Huffman. I believe you had the last notice of motion. That is exactly how the last one was handled. Yeah.
So through the chair to council, council can waive their two-thirds majority procedure bylaw rules in an. I'm just stating that that is not how our procedure bylaw reads now, but if that's how council wants to be, that is with it.
I'm wondering, Teresa, if you don't have an old, in fact, I remember that was a change because Andy did bring forward an amendment and I remember that that was captured. So I don't know what would have happened to that, but it was captured at one point in time. And again, even just as much as last week. So
through the mayor, I can look through. I have not come across that, but again, it can happen today. No problem. We are bringing revised.
So we've already got the 2/3 to waive the rules of procedural order. So just looking for a seconder on that motion. Thank you.
And I believe Councillor Van Passen has done that. So at this point, all those in favor? That is carried. We'll be moving on to general announcements. Are there any general announcements? Councillor Huffman.
Thank you, Chair Taylor. Actually, this is not a general announcement. Well, it is kind of a general announcement, but it's a question for staff. When is the date that we will be? I've had a request from Pride Haldeman Norfolk regarding the date of the raising of our Pride flag, and just wondering if we have a date in mind so I can get back to them about that.
Al?
Just to help, Pride Month is June 1st to June 30th.
Through the chair to the councillor, I know that our clerk is working on a revised flag policy, but if that is the month, we will certainly take that into account and we'll notify everyone when the flag will be going up.
Okay, I just hope it's sooner than later. Thank you.
Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a friendly reminder that it's Friday the 13th in Port Dover this weekend, but more importantly, both the Board of Trade and the Kinsman beer tents are looking for volunteers. So if you have your Smart Serve, you can go onto their website. Otherwise, you can sell tickets for various other initiatives. So still looking for help.
Anything further? Seeing none, I would just like to thank council and staff for entertaining me in my chairing roles, because I do believe this is the last one. So Councillor Van Andriesch's next. And with that, we do have 2 items for in camera. May I have a mover and seconder for the following motion? Kevin, if you'd read that one out for me.
That,
one moment,
okay.
Mayor Chop.
Just ask a question about that. Councillor Geisens from that ward was actually first. I distinctly recall.
Yep, someone wants to correct me here.
Through the chair to council.
Second, sorry.
Councillor Van Passen was to be, I believe, last chair, but when Councillor Van Den Drische was elected, he very kindly and generously offered to allow councillor the opportunity and to be requested to give up his spot.
Kevin?
The motion to enter in a closed reads as follows. That committee enter closed session at 6:18 p.m. to discuss the following 2 items. Agenda item 12.1, staff report HSS 20-015, social services relief fund, phase 5. Agenda item 12.2, information memo, CS litigation update pursuant to sections 2HE of the Municipal Act 2001 as amended, as the subject matter pertains to information explicitly supplied in confidence to the municipality or local board by Canada, a province or territory, or a crown agency of any of them, and litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality or local board.
Councillor Rabbits and seconded by Councillor Martin. All those in favor? That is carried. Thank you.
Welcome to
My name is Jim Toombs. I'm an Associate Purchasing Specialist here at Toyotetsu, also known as TTCA. Here at Toyotetsu, we're responsible for supplying Toyota with car parts, mainly automotive frame for the Lexus, the Corolla, and other Toyota models. I started here in May of 2016. I was in welding. Here I am 2 years later, and I'm a salaried position. The job itself it's challenging. There are challenges in what I have to do every day, and for that I enjoy it. It's not monotonous day in, day out. There's new challenges that I'm confronted with and new tasks that I have to do. A high school student who's like, I'm not sure, I think this is an excellent opportunity to kind of answer that question for themselves. They can see what kind of the working world is like, as well as pick up skills. There are plenty of opportunities here. For example, for me, I was in welding, but that didn't mean I had to stay there. There's opportunities in stamping, where you'd learn different skills entirely. PC, again, the same thing, some different skills needed that you'd learn. Though we make car parts and they're welded, there are a lot of departments and areas that support that.
My name's Aaron Pace. I'm a yard manager here at Townsend Lumber. We're a sawmill that produces lumber. We make anywhere from rail ties to timber frame home products, kill-dry lumber, which is used for wood cabinets and furniture. We also do pallet components, and we also do stakes for farming. We ship container loads to the Middle East, we ship it to Asia. We have gone to Mexico, Singapore. We've shipped to many different locations. My father has worked here for 30 years. He got me a part-time job as a summer student. I started as a regular piler, as a laborer at the entry-level position, and with hard work and dedication, I've been promoted through the system, and it took 9 years to become a supervisor. I enjoy the freedom of the job, like outside working with the heavy industrial stuff, talking to the range of customers and the way we produce things for them.
My name is Cam Kirkwood. I'm a production supervisor at Superior Essex in Simcoe. We make magnet wire and cable for the transformer industries. Our magnet wire products are found all around you that most people don't even notice, in winding motors, in alternators in your vehicles, transformers on the side of the road or on top of poles. I've been here at the company for 15 years. I started on the floor as a machine operator for 7 years, and then I did a stint in engineering for about a year, and then I moved on to production supervisor for the last 7. One of the best parts about working here is it is a build-to-order shop, so although we do make similar products every day, it's very unique. We don't always see the same orders. There's always new challenges. One of the best parts about being in manufacturing for me is the shift work. So it provides an opportunity for you to adjust to do your own life on your days off, or you can pursue other interests. A lot of people have second businesses or hobbies that they really enjoy. There is lots of opportunity to advance. There's educational assistance programs. You can continue to learn new skills and advance to a new area if you were so desire.
There's a great opportunity moving up the manufacturing sector.
Try it, because you're going to learn a lot about the working world as well as yourself. My name is Jim Toombs. I'm an Associate Purchasing Specialist here at Toyotetsu, also known as TTCA. Here at Toyotetsu, we're responsible for supplying Toyota with car parts, mainly automotive frame for the Lexus, the Corolla, and other Toyota models. I started here in May of 2016. I was in welding. Here I am 2 years later, and I'm a salaried position. The job itself it's challenging. There are challenges in what I have to do every day, and for that I enjoy it. It's not monotonous day in, day out. There's new challenges that I'm confronted with and new tasks that I have to do. A high school student who's like, I'm not sure, I think this is an excellent opportunity to kind of answer that question for themselves. They can see what kind of the working world is like, as well as pick up skills. There are plenty of opportunities here. For example, for me, I was in welding, but that didn't mean I had to stay there. There's opportunities in stamping, where you'd learn different skills entirely. PC, again, the same thing, some different skills needed that you'd learn. Though we make car parts and they're welded, there are a lot of departments and areas that support that.
My name's Darren Pace. I'm a yard manager here at Townsend Lumber. We are a sawmill that produces lumber. We make anywhere from rail ties to timber frame home products, kill-dried lumber, which is used for wood cabinets and furniture. We also do pallet components, and we also do stakes for farming. We ship container loads to the Middle East, we ship it to Asia. We have gone to Mexico, Singapore. We've shipped to many different locations. My father has worked here for 30 years. He got me a part-time job as a summer student. I started as a regular piler, as a laborer at the entry-level position. And with hard work and dedication, I have been promoted through the system, and it took 9 years to become a supervisor. I enjoy the freedom of the job, like outside working with the heavy industrial stuff, talking to the range of customers and the way we produce things for them.
My name is Cam Kirkwood. I'm a production supervisor at Superior Essex in Simcoe. We make magnet wire and cable for the transformer industries. Our magnet wire products are found all around you that most people don't even notice, in winding motors, in alternators in your vehicles, transformers on the side of the road or on top of poles. I've been here at the company for 15 years. I started on the floor as a machine operator for 7 years, and then I did a stint in engineering for about a year, and then I moved on to production supervisor for the last 7. One of the best parts about working here is it is a build-to-order shop, so although we do make the similar products every day, it's very unique. We don't always see the same orders. There's always new challenges. One of the best parts about being in manufacturing for me is the shift work. So it provides an opportunity for you to adjust to do your own life on your days off, or you can pursue other interests. A lot of people have second businesses or hobbies that they really enjoy. There is lots of opportunity to advance. There's educational assistance programs. You can continue to learn new skills and advance to a new area if you were so desire.
There's a great opportunity moving up the manufacturing sector.
Try it, because you're going to learn a lot about the working world as well as yourself. My name is Jim Toombs. I'm an associate purchasing specialist here at Toyotetsu, also known as TTCA. Here at Toyotetsu, we're responsible for supplying Toyota with car parts, mainly automotive frame for the Lexus.
Welcome to Passionate Folks, a blog and video series where I'll be highlighting people from Norfolk County who have a passion, who are involved in our community, who are the movers and shakers. So I'm excited to introduce every month somebody new from Norfolk that will bring you their story, their passion, and share it all with us. Come on in. All right, welcome to the first episode of Passionate Folks. I'm Emily, and I love to dig in people's life and getting to know more about them. I'm here with Jess today. Thanks, Jess, for showing up.
Thank you for having me. This
Yes.
is so exciting.
So just for the people that don't know you, introduce yourself, tell me a little bit more about you and the person that you are.
Sure. Well, my name's Jess, and I grew up in Waterford, more specifically Boston, more specifically Bill's Corners. I'm a passionate Norfolk advocate. I love this area. I love theater. I love music. I love anything arts related. Also a passionate advocate for entrepreneurs in the area.
So I invited you to pick a location in Norfolk that meant something to you. So tell us where we are and why you picked this place.
All right, we are here in Simcoe Little Theater. It's on the corner of Talbot and Yonge in downtown Simcoe. And this place, Simcoe Little Theater, is a very special place to me. I've spent most of my life in these walls, on that stage, behind the stage, in these seats, like everywhere in this space. It's something that theater is something that's like has always been a big part of my life since I was about 8 years old.
You mentioned to me that you also in high school, you were really involved into the drama program and all that, so.
I had walked the halls of my high school and I had seen so many pictures on the wall of different shows they had done throughout the years. but nobody was doing shows anymore. And I was like really bummed about that. So in grade 10, me and my girlfriends, we roped all our moms in. We're like, if we start doing high school shows, like, will you guys help? Will you make costumes? Will you whatever? And they all jumped in.
Involved.
Yeah.
I love that, right? Like, that's a small community, like
That's
everybody
it.
coming in together.
And like, that's what it requires, right? Like a show is like a mini village coming together, like making all the pieces happen.
So this community, I think the word, like you keep repeating it, and I think what you're creating in Groundswell is that sub-community within the community, and that really stands out. So would you say this is something that you're really passionate about?
Oh yeah.
Yes. Yes, that connection,
Totally.
right? Yeah.
I just think like community is everything. We're not meant to live life alone. I don't think. And I don't mean like you have to necessarily have a romantic partner to live a life, but just have people around you that get you. That you don't have to explain yourself. You know what I mean? You just walk in the room and they're happy to see you. That's it.
That's always such a good feeling. Isn't
Yeah.
It? Yeah, like you just have those people that believe in you too, right?
Yeah.
And just cheerleaders.
Yeah.
So I see, Jess, you're always involved in this community. Like you're volunteering places. You really want this place to grow and thrive. And so why Norfolk? And what do you love so much about this place?
Oh man, I think yeah, it's a really good question. It's a combination of things. I think the geography that we live in, the nature we have around us, that is a huge benefit of being in Norfolk. But it's also the people here, and that's why I'm so obsessed with community, because we have so many beautiful people who live here with ideas, with talents, with love and vision. And I think that's what excites me. It's like, just because we're a small town doesn't mean we have small ideas or small impact.
I want to bring some of the music piece, because I know we've been talking a lot about the theater and acting, but I know that music is so important to you.
Yes.
And a big part of your life.
Yes.
So tell me a bit more about your maybe influences and what makes you feel alive in music.
Just like theater, I love performing music too. There's something really cool about being on stage like that. Before I came here today, I was like thinking about how alive I feel when I'm on stage. And I think that everyone kind of looks for that thing that makes them feel alive. Yeah. So for me, it's that.
Awesome. So I thank you so much, Jess, for taking the time to meet with me. There's going to be more feature of passionate, uplifting community people through this little video series. So keep watching. Thanks, Jess.
Thank you. Oh my gosh. This is so much fun.
Awesome.
All right, welcome back. We do have two motions coming out of close. First, may I have a motion to reconvene in open session at 6:37? Councillor Columbus and Councillor Rabbits, all those in favor? That is carried. Teresa, if you could read the motions coming out of closed for me.
Yes, so the first motion, I will need a mover and a seconder, that council receive confidential staff report HSS 22015 as information, and that staff proceed as directed with the confidential staff report, and further that staff bring back a full report in open session as soon as it is.
I have a mover. Councillor Michele, seconded by Councillor Martin. All those in favor? That is carried. Thank you.
Second motion, I will need a mover and a seconder for, that the information memo regarding the litigation update and summary be received as information.
That is moved by Councillor Van Andrieschi, seconded by Councillor Van Passen. All those in favor? Thank you. And just before we go, I would like to just inform the public that our deputy clerk has just done his last meeting. He is moving on in his career, and we wish him all the best. Good luck, Kevin. And with that, may I have a motion to adjourn at 6:39? Councillor Huffman, seconded by Mayor Chop. All